So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Hey, welcome into Flying with Mike, folks. I hope y'all are ready for a pretty good day today. We're going to be putting the A350 a little bit into a more, as I called it, robust flight. As build, we're flying from Tokyo's Narita Airport into Hong Kong, not Cathay, the new airport. So, hope you enjoy the flight. Pretty much the A350 probably never saw Cathay. Just putting that out there for you folks. But anyway, no big deal. I know some of you have already flown it. Alright, yes, we're still having jetway issues. I really don't know what to do to fix this other than to say, Flight Factor, fix it please. It's your plane. You're selling us. You should have had that fixed. But anyway, another day, another story, so we're not going to do it. But today, let's take a look. We're flying Cathay Pacific. Duh, that's what flies into Hong Kong. Maybe JAL or ANA. But pretty well bet Cathay Pacific will fly it. So we thought, what the heck, let's look it up. Lo and behold, Flight 509 is a real-world flight, and they fly from here to there. Takeoff times around, or departure times around 9 o'clock, and yeah, it's been doing that all morning, folks, so we'll just work with it. But anyway, we'll take off, hopefully, close to the time they do, and get there close to the time they did earlier today. Remember, it's been today quite a while there, so if you ever want to know what's going on for tomorrow, check Hong Kong and Tokyo. They're usually already there. So, just kidding. I can't imagine how many times they hear that down there. Or over there. But anyway, I hope you enjoy. It will be a fun flight, or at least I hope so. So let's crawl up in the cockpit and get to work, literally up the steps. Alright, so A350 cockpit, and we've already got the aircraft on battery power. We need to now transfer, ground power. Wait a minute. No, we don't. Silly me. Let's get on that. All right. Yeah. Killing the batteries. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. There we go. All right. Now it's on external power. I forgot I'd just gotten it started when we went to start up the stream. So, but anyway, we're up and running. And again, folks, if anything is missed during a commercial break, hey, head over to YouTube and you can catch it there. And we try to do it's not going to be a cold and dark, but we're in a turnaround. Shut up, shampoo flyer. Welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're not cold and dark, but we're going to try and do as many of the procedures as needed. We are probably still on our 6th or 7th flight with this plane, so we're very green. There's a lot to this plane I am just flat out not used to. Can't pick up. How long is the flight? The flight's from Narita to Tokyo. You know what? Let's just bring the pre-brief in and we'll get that information out to you. So it is still pretty new to me. I still have a lot of troubles with it. A lot of troubles, I think, come out of flight factor, but, you know, I'm still kind of, I don't know the word I'm looking for, from the A320 fiasco that they did on us. All right, so today's flight was the question. Let's just do it this way. Sim brief. All right, there's our flight right there, folks. We are estimating a 3-hour, 40-minute flight time. We plan to try to push out of here really as quick as we can. We still got a long way to go in setup. But we're going to try to get out before about 11:40 Central Daylight. 16:40 Zulu. That's my game plan. You're more than welcome to join, sir, as long as you can. Like I said, it's a 3-hour, 40-minute flight. You're welcome to. So here's the numbers today, folks. 222 people. That is not an easy number to reach in this plane, I'm learning. I don't know how to make it easier, but it's just being rough. Like I said, I'm still struggling with the way this plane works. So 1,700 miles, cruise index of 15, and we're going to throw 26,682 pounds on it. And you know what? I am going to get into Discord. I know some were upset with me. I have actually a private channel for when I'm streaming. I'm going to be in the actual lobby, folks. We'll go from there. Hang on a second. Couple things came up. All right. So we still got Sim Toolkit up, I think. Yes. It came off my screen, that's why. Let's pull Sim Brief away, look at it again from the load sheets point of view. 23,088 pounds. For that making us, and all, I'm sorry, not pounds, kilograms. 164 kilograms of fuel, or good Lord, I'm all over the place today. 0 fuel weight. It's that late night Frankfurt run we did. And 18,800 kilograms of fuel. Folks, you can, I think I saw a way to put it in pounds. I am finding with flight factor, other than the 767, maybe 75, I don't have it. It's best to just stay in kilograms because it's going to bite you at some point.
I personally feel kilograms is easier just because 1,000 kilograms is a ton of fuel.
True.
Like, so I personally feel that that's easier. And either way, with your flight, you're still gonna get the same performance of the aircraft no matter what unit of measurement you do. Just make sure you, of course, the unit measurement matches with SimBrief and your actual aircraft. I've had issues where I've thought it was, pounds, but it was kilos,
Oh, yeah.
or all that. So
Hey, I've had real
it
life
really is.
issues with that with the truck.
Oh
So
no, that's
I
no
was
good.
overweight. But anyway, I'm gonna devil advocate you real quick. You do know 2,000 pounds is a ton.
Yeah, I do know that, but it makes it it makes it a little bit like if you look at, for example, let's say you look at
I'm just having
16,000
fun.
pounds. Yeah, you look at 16,000 pounds compared to just 8,000 kilos. It's a little bit easier for you to mentally do like, okay, that's 8 tons. It's 8 tons for both, but you gotta like divide by 2. And then, okay, there we go. It's like for the bigger ones, like 56,000 pounds. Like how many tons is that? I don't know. Yeah.
All right, well, here's the weather today. 1-6 will be our departure, 1-6 right to be exact. Winds are out of the southeast at 7, and we need a muck luck. It's 26 degrees outside. Oh, wait, it's
That's not
centigrade.
bad. Yeah, I was
70.
about to say that's not bad. 26
Yeah.
centigrade is not bad. That's like what, 70 something?
It's 78. Almost
Perfect.
79 if you depends how you want to do the rounding. Um, Over in Hong Kong, they actually planned us 2-5 left in SimBrief with a wind 090 at 4. I even looked at the TAFs, and we're not looking at a westerly wind until late tomorrow their day. So I don't know why they put us that way, because the primary, they want you really coming in on the 7s. So I don't get that one, unless they're changing things in Hong Kong. Lowered buildings, maybe, who knows? Boy, that would be well, they've got a lot of feats over there in the Far East. It's amazing, some of the stuff they've done. So there you have it, folks. I'm going to get myself up on Vatsim here real quick, and then we're going to, with the help here of Shampoo, hopefully, get this plane in the air.
I will bring some comfort to you. I've read the entire manual of the A350 by Flight Factor, so if you have any question,
I have
that
lots
needs
of
to be
questions that the manual would
Yeah.
never answer.
And also, I personally have about 70, I think 75 hours on the
That'll help.
A350. So
There we go.
Pretty easy.
Is that X-Plane 11 or X-Plane 12? Because I'm starting to find X-Plane 12 may not be a whole complete brought over.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe, yeah. Hopefully its performance a little bit different, because I know in X-Plane 11, the performance of the A350 does lack a little bit. Like, for rotating, you have to rotate at V1 in X-Plane 11, because if you rotate at V2, next thing you know, you're at 230 knots.
Oh, really?
You know? Yeah.
Well,
and
that
then
part
when
I
you
think
get to
is
cruise,
good.
though- Yeah, well, yeah, but then you realize, like, at cruise, though, you're burning, like, twice as much fuel. So, my JFK to Singapore flight, I did sadly have to go to the settings and add more fuel within the settings, just because the aircraft did not have the fuel, which was...
You found a tanker.
yeah, I refueled my A350 in the middle of the flight.
All right, let me connect in here, Cathay. That way I'm on and ready to
Cathay,
go.
okay, nice.
We're Cathay.
We're
going
fly
to
Japan Airways.
We're going to Hong Kong.
You're just pulling flights that I've never done before. Like I've never
Well,
been to these places.
I knew of the flight. I didn't know if it was just JAL or ANA that flew it. I assume Cathay, because just about anything that goes through Hong Kong, Cathay's got a fingerprint on it somewhere. But they have, they have shocked me where they weren't. So, all right, so we are online, folks. And let's get to work. Okay, like I said, we are powered up on the external power. In our first couple of flights with this plane, we actually put it on its tail.
That's not good.
Yeah. Canceled one flight because I couldn't figure out how to get it back. All right, so what you got to do here first, folks. Come in, open up your airplane. We all know this. Requirements, you got to have the fuel truck. Here, let me get the ground equipment up. gotta have the fuel truck to put fuel on it. You gotta have the stairs or plane at gate, and for some reason, plane at gate brings the passenger bus anyway. Here's the X-Plane 12 quandary. I can't get the jetways to work. I know you can go into the ACF file. There's something you can change in there. This is not like flights, the flight sims of before that I knew inside and out what I could do in there. So that's where it's sounding like the issue is. We, the customer, have to go in and fix the flight factor company's aircraft. I find that completely wrong, and they should be doing that since we paid them for it.
Is this your first Flight Factor product?
Oh, heck no.
I was about to say, it's
The
almost every
A320
aircraft, the Flight Factor.
No. The A320 worked. The 767 all connected up properly. I don't have the 75, so I can't comment on it. Or any of the others. But those two work flawless. Now, the A320...
Yeah, I will admit.
The A320 had issues. But that was because their mind was stuck on something with 7s and a V2 instead of making sure their products were taken care of when they went to release clients. Because the A320 went dead for over a month and a half for me. Just wouldn't work. And of course they said, well, go back to the version before. You're in a release client, dude. Wake up. Since you won't play in beta, they're in a release. That's why I'm not buying the 777, folks. I have this plane because of points. And I really wished I didn't waste them. So, but anyway, we're getting off that bandwagon. I don't want to get this negative because there are some good things to it. I'm having a hard time finding it. I like the plane overall, but there's no tutorial flights, which Flight Factor never does. The videos are great, but not. Now, I have put the Mango sound on it. I'm a little disappointed right now with it, but I may be expecting too much. So that could be too.
It might be a little bit too much, but I personally think the Mango compared to the default is absolutely amazing. For example, you don't have to worry about the PA chime every 10 seconds.
Oh, I get it all the time.
Huh.
Because it's either too cold or too warm. Oh my gosh, this flight attendant, I can't, it's just never perfect.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get this thing loaded or we'll never get out. Alright, so that's the minimums here, folks. So right now, since it won't hook up to a gate, you have to go in and change coordinates for that to happen. Again, Flight Factor. That's your job. But anyway, you don't have to have the chocks. That blows my mind away. It should be chalked. It shouldn't have to be on the parking brake. But that's flight sim in general. Passenger bus, fueler, and luggage loaders. The rest that I have here is extra. So if you click auto config, you'll get the stairs, the bus, the fuel truck, and the loader. So, and then come in, click your ground powers to get on ground power. Then come over to your hatches. Now, at the gate, you'll have door 1L. Now with the new update, I don't know. I can't even get that to work yet. So I don't know what's up with that. I was just at 2 airports with 2 gates, and the 747 would not work. Only one jetway would. So, it is what it is. But you got to have your doors, 1L and 2L, and all your cargo, forward, aft, bulk. And you're set to go. Move over here to airplane. And we say a little prayer because it usually, sometime, well, lately it hasn't gone to the tail lately. But it's been known. Like I said, catch the first video I did, and you'll watch it go whoop, boink. One other Flight Factor ism you have to get over. You see all these LD3s and 96 inches? These are cargo pallets. They are set up to each one is a certain weight. LD3, I don't know what it is, and a 96. I haven't sat down and really tried to figure it out. But don't think you can move numbers around to get that the way you want. It won't do it. Believe me, I learned that the hard way with the 767. But they're not 9,800 pounds like the cargo pods in the 767, including the ones underneath the plane. But that's kind of funny. So we said for this flight, we are running. Hang on, I'm not going to be on a airline today, so 222 people. I'm going to go heavy. Now, that gives me 241. Let's see what middle does. Okay, that gives me half that. Okay, so we'll go back to heavy. Now you just have to lower these numbers by 20. We'll just say 20 for now. Be very mindful, this airplane can tip when you hit implement. And so that was 10. That brought us down. Wait a minute, did I say 220? No, 222. We're gonna... Oh, crud. Oh, wait. My bad. 19 is the max. That's why it was saying over. Alright, so there we have our 222. You see, it's a little complicated. It'd be really nice if I could just click here and it would disperse it. I know, it's asking for a lot. Now, the other thing I work on is the zero fuel weight. 185,700 tons. We are planning 160. So what I'm going to do... What do we got? 13 LD3s. Let's see if by chance we can figure out what that is. So, no, we can't. Well, that didn't bring a lot of weight off. I need 164. Well, we're coming down. I'm not going to get under it. Alright, well, here we go, folks. First implement. Oh, it was close. You saw it start to rise. Alright, let's go to fuel. Now, this is a little complicated. It really is complicated. Folks, what you're doing here is you're putting in your en route fuel, your alternate fuel, your contingency, and then use the takeoff remaining to bring you up here at your fuel on board to what you're blocking out. So for this flight, we can actually go light, and that begins filling things in. We need 18,779. Hang on, I don't know my alternate fuel real quick. alternate fuel 3,100. Okay, contingency for this flight is 939 kilograms. Now, what I run is 30 minutes on APU, taxi time 20, we'll go 25 minutes, and takeoff remaining. So what I'm going to do is very simply take what I blocked, 26,682. We're going to subtract 24,229. That is this number right here. Comes up to 2453. 2453. Hit enter, and voila. We are at what SimBrief said for fuel. Huh. Not easy. And I couldn't find any of this in the manual. And that's the saddest thing of all. Couple of things in the FMC as well, because this is a different MCDU system than other Airbuses. So we'll get to that here shortly. Hey, we didn't tip this time. Alright, cabin, you can set the lighting. I have no idea, folks, how all this garbage works over here. I really don't. And then we'll be back for the perf calc once we get to that point. Alright, I have no idea how to stop that guy from dinging. So,
You just spam the button.
what do you mean?
You just click on that the PA call button multiple times.
Up top?
Yep, the one that's white.
Well, it was. Sit your butt down. Here, Morse code.
Oh, that works, I guess.
All right. And then over here, now I will give kudos to Flight Factor. Since they have the ability, why not put the user guide right here? I can't get charts to connect. That's fine. I have NavGraph charts on another screen. We're good. Then you have options. And folks, it is capable to take your SimBrief. So go to your SimBrief account, settings, look for your account number, not your login ID. Stick those numerics in there, and you'll go. The manual should tell you what ignore on and off means here for the AirNac and aircraft types. And I don't see anything else here to really go into. So, and again, as always, oh, and you can set the general volume here. Hit save when you're done. All right, airplane is now got people and cargo and fuel. And I have the IRS already aligning. Make sure. Airbus, all switches, no white switches. So even if, like this one right here, under the guard, will say on. Open the guard, close it, or turn it off, or click on it. Let's just say that. Close the guard. Q8 says it'll close on its own. I'm thinking when you close the flight out at the rate it was going for me. I don't know. But, hey, I can close it right back up. That's no biggie to me. Okay, so my checklist that Q8 put together here from his tutorial flights. We've got the batteries on. They're right here. The cabin buttons are on. I never figured them out. Cruise supply right here. And again, these will be white, folks. You'll see them. Jen Hawker got me a checklist, folks. great. It looked really good. I almost started using it till I got to this line. Gen 1 on, Gen 2 on, Gen 3 on, Gen 4 on. Move down, Engine 1 on, Engine 2 on, Engine 3 on. I'm like, Hawker, I know you don't like Airbuses, but there's only 2 engines. So I was but I think I know now a little more. They're calling this Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 4. It's not, but and it was just kind of funny to me. Fuel pumps you can turn on now. Vents, all of them will be white pretty much here. Now, when you get down here to aircraft lighting, you can actually now set the logo to either always be on, auto. Now, I'm not 100% sure when that would turn it off. My guess, just like when the strobes would come on in auto. When you leave the ground and the struts extend on the gear, boom, the strobes come on, logo would go off. And that's my story, and I'm going to stick to it. IRS, we talked about going, and now we can kick on the APU. And I'm going to mute for a couple seconds here, folks. We've got a vacuum cleaner running in the house, so I'll be standing by right here, clicking away, just kind of follow. All right, folks. Okay, so now to the infamous MCDU. A couple of things we do right off the bat. Go here, click Serve, Controls. No, we're not going to squawk to 7,000. But this is the only place I know to set this. And then standby normal, on. Then 1, booger. 2, 3, 4. Okay. One day we are going to do some night ops and get to play with these lights. Okay, let me first off get this in a better place. Not sure if that's my graphics card or what, folks, that keeps doing that, but oh, it's annoying. Okay. Actually, we'll just do that for now. I lost my OBS screen. Oh, there it is. Okay. So you can see one good thing they give us are some pop-ups. I'll show you one that doesn't work. This one. Another little crabby thing I have, when you kick the APU on, it doesn't automatically display the APU. Like the Flight Factor A320 does, all the TOLUS, they always switch immediately to that screen. Why? I don't know, but maybe that's an A350 thing. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of things I'm crabby about with this plane. So let's get our company flight plan.
On the bottom of your throttle quadrant, there should be a slew of numbers. Make sure you have that to the SYS.
Wait a minute.
Should say... I have a cat in the way. Hold on. Should
Install
say...
dog.
Click all on the bottom left. And that should give you your APU information.
Well, I just came down and clicked it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I've learned that over time.
Yeah. Sometimes you will have to manually tell the plan, like, hey, I want to see this information.
But
it
should come up automatically. Wait, what's dispatch?
That's so you can, I forgot what the name of the program is, but you can connect this thing to a server, which also connects it to Vatsim, which means you can use the in-flight computer and say, hey, I want to climb to flight level 360 or something like that, like they do in the real world, instead of just
CPDLC. Okay.
Yep. So a lot of the newer aircraft like that, and for example, my 787 have that CPDLC or whatever it's called.
Yep. Well, that's what this is supposed to do here too. And you connect in via ATCOM. Connect, but none of this works right now. Unless there's an update that I haven't taken. That, is always a possibility.
Yeah. I have yet to mess with that, so I don't know.
Anyway, back to FMS active init. Okay, so we've got all of our numbers in. Our flight number, RJAA to Hong Kong, Guangzhou, one of my favorite airports to go to in China, because it's a big FedEx hub. Believe it or not, folks, FedEx, while still a couple flights touched down at Hong Kong International, the majority went to Guangzhou. Also, UPS, a couple flights touched down specifically in Hong Kong, but Shenzhen is where the majority of their flights go to get out of the heavy traffic. That's not to say these two other airports aren't very heavy in traffic. They are. The whole Far East is heavy in traffic. Imagine the northeast corridor, folks, stretching all the way to Florida. With the heavy amount of traffic in that little small span, take it all the way to Florida and all the way over to, say, St. Louis. It's just unreal. Okay, so now we're going to go to IRS. I am pretty sure it's not going to let me line up on my gate now. So I'm just going to click Align. And it just did. I think. Did it? Oh, yep, GPS primary. Yep, it's there. Alright, so now we go back to active. Now, we could go to init, put our departure in here, or we could go to F plan. I'll just do it the easy way right now. Departure. Okay. For a smart airplane, you're pretty dumb.
Dang. Being mean to the Airbus already?
Hey, A320, 19, and 21 seems smarter than this plane. And they don't have all the razzmatazz.
Maybe.
All right, we're going to go to plan. We're going to bump this out. All right, so that way we can look at it. All right, so today we're taking off runway 16 right. Yeah,
What?
making sure.
Why did I get 2-2?
How'd you get 2-2 out of it? Where are you at?
Hong Kong?
I'm up here
H&B?
in Tokyo.
Wait, Romeo Juliet Tango Tango?
That's Haneda,
Ah, crap.
the other airport. Okay, you can meet us in flight.
Yeah, it's alright. You're not that far away, right?
No. Like I said, there are some great stories about Japan airports, folks.
Whoops.
And how, like, Kansai became the floating airport that it is because of Narita and all the trouble they had at Narita with farmers blowing things up and all.
I could do a short little VFR flight over there, right?
Yeah, you could. By the time I get going, you'd be right on time.
Yeah.
No transitions. Okay. So let me pull this up. I'm just looking 16 right to AR6 or A6R12 Kujo PIGOK. Okay, I don't know. I'm not even gonna try.
Do I get a second flight plan, please?
All right, I'm gonna move that over there. Let's bring charts in real quick, folks. Let's take a look here. So here's the departure. You just want to make sure everything's there, and to step it like we would in an Airbus, you know, you have that little up down arrow. They're right here. Interesting, we don't have the left right arrow. So you can only go up and down pages. You can no longer go through the pages to other pages there. Interesting setup here. Okay, so at 600 we go direct Aspen. Okay. There's the A6R12 Kujo PIGOK. And then we start in on our flight plan. Now, I actually step these off, folks. I don't care if it's a 10-mile flight or a 10,000-mile flight. If you have to put a fix in there, you could mistype it. And this is one way to catch it. The other would be, okay, is it 1,600 miles? I'm showing 600 miles to the place. They're showing 676. So is there a problem? We're about to find out. Granted, that's not a bad one. I've actually had them where this would say 3,000. Oops, something bad got typed in, or it took the fix, a second fix that's out there by the same name. Boy, those stink trying to fix in flight. There we go. Let y'all see it up there. And we're just stepping through Sander, Ultim, Encore, Label. Okay, and then I'm just looking on the route here, folks. I can pull back a little to get more to show. So Label, Basel, Sukmo, Avcom, Donkey will come in a little here. It looks like Leona and HKC. That usually is where we push out to sea. Alright, so here we go. Click, click, click. No discontinuities. Koshi. Jedi, Rushar, Ekfus. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move us up and just start stepping through. Irma, Sapit, Igma, Bolin, Ostar, AI, SAR. And we're at the great island of Taiwan. Anna, Apu, Pidgey, HLG, Wuchi, Sword, MKG. ELATO is where we usually start our arrivals, just so y'all know. Caldo and Pog and ELATO. Alright, now, they have really pushed the stars forward to where they started ABBEY, a lot of them, or somewhere right in here. Who knows? But yeah, you used to start them right at ELATO. Oh yeah, I used to fly this airport a lot, folks. I love flying into VHHH. And they've actually added a third runway, I've heard, or are in the process. Alright, so you can see we have come to a discontinuity. So that means we have to figure out what our arrival is. Airbus time, folks. Click the airport, click arrival, and then we do the same thing. We're coming in. I always came in cargo, so that was the exception for 7 right. I'm going to go... I'm planning 7 right. I'm going to switch us off. 7 left. And we're going to fly the ILS onto it. Oh, no, wait. That runway's in service? What happened to 7 Center? Huh. Huh. I am going to stay 7 right then. Wow. I didn't know that 7 Center had pretty much been neutralized. So 7 right. Alright, we'll fly the 7 right ILS via Limes on the ABBEY 3 Alpha. This one works a little better than the A320, A321. You can see it's a nice, easy progress from the runway to the approach, how you get on the approach to the star. And if there's a transition, that's how you transition into the star. That I actually like. And that's an A350 thing, folks. That's not a flight factor thing. Alright. And they kept where it picks up where you left off. Boeing takes you all the way back to the beginning. 10,000 mile flight, that's a lot of pages. Alright, so ELATO, Magog, and Fisher, ABBEY. Again, the key is we're looking for discontinuities. Alright, there you go, folks. We are on the runway here. Now, the blue takes you out to the missed approach point, Limes. So we're going to come out to Guave, come down to Limes, and we'll hold till told to come back in. Alright, and then our alternate, like I've already explained, is Guangzhou up in China. Straight up the bay towards China, you'll see the airport up there. And there's the beginning of the route. You're more than welcome to fill it in, folks. It just takes a little bit to figure out the departure, which will probably be a Beagle or something like that, and the arrival. off of idiom. I don't usually get too worried about that. All right, and then we're back. That is pretty cool, pretty easy stuff. But I always do that, folks, and the main reason is I've been burned, and we had a week where every flight plan had to be redone in some way. And it's a pain when you're in flight or you're on a 200-mile flight and you have to do this on the fly. Now, it's nice to have a co-pilot that does that for you. All right, so from here, so we've done the initial. We got the radios not yet configured yet. Departure, route, arrival, flight plan checked. IRS aligned. Time for takeoff performance. Click. Click. Okay, now for the takeoff performance. This is where things kind of give me troubles. So, shampoo, about to warn you. This is where I have a lot of troubles with it.
All good. I'm here to help.
Okay, so active perf. Of course, it looks different. So now let's head over here. There. Go to the perf calculator. Runway slope. And according to Sim Toolkit, 0.1 up. Okay. Now, is there a standard setting for this thing for takeoffs?
Flaps?
Yeah, flap-wise.
Flaps 2.
Is
I
it
would
flaps
say.
2 always? Because, I mean, a lot of the Airbuses I've seen take off with 1. I've never seen a 350, so I don't know.
So, the
And-
longer ones, like the 340s, 350s, 380s, they take off with flaps 2 most of the time.
Okay. We're on
Especially,
a...
like, even the 321, I've seen a couple 321 flap 2 takeoffs.
Oh, I have too. I've seen 320 and 319s at flap 2.
Yeah.
This is a 13,100-foot runway.
Well, you could do flap 1 F, prefer. It's
Hang
really
on.
pilot's choice.
Well, no, it's what their performance information comes in with, which this doesn't automatically compute. Which most, well, no, some do. These don't. Ours don't. Temperature 26 degrees, 24 humidity. So we're actually kind of up on the density altitude. Where did I get that? I used to get that all the time.
Like,
Was that a Sim Toolkit thing? Let's check while I've got a couple seconds. Not that page. Weather. No, they're not giving density out. Well, wait a minute. Yes, they will. Density altitude 1,528 feet. I'm going to go ahead flap to it.
yeah. I personally, the only flights I do with the 350 are like ultra long haul. You know?
Oh,
Like
yeah,
that,
you're
like,
super.
17-hour
You might
flight.
be going 3 then.
Tomorrow. No, I'll never do 3. I'll do 2. Tomorrow, I'm actually gonna use this plan. We're gonna go JFK to Auckland. Is tomorrow's
Are
flight
you
plan.
westbound or eastbound?
We're gonna go. That one you only can go westbound.
Oh, so you do? Okay.
Yeah. The JFK to Singapore, that you can do either way, and I did that last week.
Well, that
So-
one actually, I'll bet, and this is just me thinking with the way air currents are, you leave Singapore going to JFK westerly,
Yep.
and then you continue back to Singapore west, or easterly, sorry, because
Yeah,
your
the
winds
full
are at your
Europe.
back.
fun flight though. You
Oh,
meet
I'll
a
bet.
lot of ATCs you would never meet as I would say as a American Vatsim pilot. I met a lot of people, heard a lot of accents I never get to meet. You know, over in Slovakia and all that. Iran ATC came online, Turkish ATC came on,
Cool.
Indian. So I was talking a lot because I was active the entire flight, which really killed me. I woke up at 5 a.m., went to bed at like 2 a.m. So it was a really nice flight though, you know. And during the flight, I also turned my webcam on and I built a couple of those like 144 scale plastic planes you can buy
Oh
for
yeah.
like $30. So I had a F-16 and a Honda jet that I built on stream just to kill time because we had a lot of time to kill. This is kind of my warm-up flight for the JFK to Auckland.
Auckland?
It's been a while since I've flown.
Yeah, I
70.
love long haul. I mean, Hawker will tell you, but to stream is very difficult.
Yeah.
It's hard
And
on the system.
Halfway through my Vatsim, just disconnected without any warning, and really bugged me out because then if you look on Vatsim, I look like when some people do a short flight but say they did a long flight, they lie about it.
Oh yeah.
Themselves look cooler. I hate that, and so when I saw that disconnect, I was like, oh come on.
All right, now I take it company takeoff request does not work?
I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you.
It's right down here in the corner.
Probably not. I've never used it. I've only used
So folks, I decided instead of going 141 for V1, 141 rotate, I kept it 137 and 141, 143. The other tricky thing here, folks, now you were all used to in Airbuses, you set your flap, in this case would be 2 slash up or down on your trim. It doesn't work that way. They work on this percentage thing.
Sorry, I'm just starstruck right now. In the real aircraft, most aircraft show the aircraft's call sign on radar. Like, if you're flying, it'll show the aircraft's call sign. I've never seen that in X-Plane, but I just looked down on my radar and just saw another flight with a call sign. So I'm like fangirling over.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On your map, you said?
Yep, on my physical map on my aircraft. You can look at the aircraft and see.
Are you talking this one where you hit M and bring it up?
Nope, on my aircraft, my MFD. No buttons need to be clicked. The 350 should show it too. The 350 I definitely know has it if you do have traffic in the area. In the real world at least. I don't know about in the sim.
Alright, so let's see here. Let's make sure we're all set here. 137, 141. They're all clicked and good. We're flexing at 66. Climb. I just saw something. I just had to go back and look. Cruise. Descent. And we'll deal with approaches later. Okay. So we're ready to go, folks. Believe it or not. Click that out of the way. And
Did you turn your systems on?
What systems?
Below the screen display that I was telling you about earlier.
Oh yeah, I got those on.
Alright.
Yeah, I got those. That's one of the few things I actually do remember to turn on.
And you also went into the I forgot what page is called.
Yeah.
It starts with an S.
SUR.
Okay, good. Yep.
You're talking here, controls these.
Yeah, the serve controls. Make sure those are all on.
Yep. Now I've got
Die.
to go on. There we go. So that's on. But I do need to work with my radios here, folks, if you haven't noticed. There is no transmit, no record. You can't see it yet because I haven't brought XPilot in. And I've made it pretty small. So what I'm talking about is up by 122.8. Those need to be highlighted. And I'll show you how you do that. This is a flight factor's the worst at it, but the others aren't far behind him in X-Plane with X-Pilot. So what you do is come down to your radio. You notice VH1, I click call. Now the blue button just came on. And then it did that. Now to get the speaker to work, so that now you can transmit, but you're not going to hear them talking back. You click the volume here. So it's white. Now that's great. You're on. Wait, why aren't you on? There you go. You had to turn it up. Which means you can turn them down when they're too loud. I don't know if you can change the squawk here. And the taxi view is not working. That's a bummer. That was one thing I was kind of looking forward to using. But if you click taxi, you get in-app, in-app, in-app. Which, that stinks. Because that's one of the neat things about the bigger aircraft. Especially, that came with the 747, some of the 400s, but a lot of the Dash 8s. 777, 300s had them. They did add them to the 200 fleet. But the A380 had it to start with. It's just such a big plane taxiing. They needed that to be able to see how they were negotiating that plane. So,
A340-600 entered chat. That thing's hard to taxi. Out of
Well,
all the planes that I taxi, that one's the hardest to taxi.
when you get them this big, they all become pretty hard.
Yep. That and the Concorde, because the Concorde you got to go 20 feet out before you actually start your turn.
Well,
So like when you turn on the runway, your nose, like where you're sitting, is over the runway, and your nose gear is like not even halfway through.
well, the 747, same thing. MD-11, not as bad, by the way, but you have to go past to turn. Obviously, the A340, because of how long that tube is, the 600. But yeah, folks, you can't just follow the little yellow line like you think and not go through the grass. Okay,
Power set.
let me get a screen going here. Make sure we're not talking as we were. Aha! Thought I heard a little echo on that page. All right, we're ready to go. I just got to clean up the airplane now.
Perfect. Departure, no tail strike. That's the hardest thing with these big airplanes is like you can't even pull 10 degrees and they're already tail striking.
All right, so door hatches, we can just click close all. Ground equipment, stairs, bus, truck, load, air. And before you disconnect ground power, folks, thing I've learned to do, doesn't take much, come back up, make sure the APU gen is on, and come off physically. That way, when you do disconnect, you don't run the risk of losing all of that work you did in the MCDU. Had an airplane do that to me once. And I think it was a long haul flight. Alright, so all we have left are chocks. I don't think I have anything else over here on maintenance. I don't think we have anything else on the performance to do. Oh, and the fuel load, folks, here you go. Here's how it breaks down.
Bro, why? Please, no.
And let's get going.
My track AR keeps coming off my headset, which is not really good because that's how I see.
I don't use TrackR. I'm old school. Hey, there's an A&A aircraft here.
That's not me, sadly.
Where are you
I'm
hiding?
departing.
Oh, you're
I'm
rolling?
right now. I'm already at 6,000 right now.
Wow, look at you, man. Getting out and getting going.
Whoa.
Brakes,
Much of that love,
auto,
yeah. I
brake
can't wait
fault.
for that much. Work does call.
Okay, so I can push back. And folks, believe it or not, there is a checklist here. It's actually not bad. I kind of wish companies, all of them, if you do include it in the aircraft, you somehow make a PDF of it so we can use it. Just us, something I would love to see.
Now, I'm no way telling you to buy the Magnite, nor do I even recommend buying this thing for X-Plane 12. But for 11, this thing's not that bad. The checklist is like how it is in the real plan, where it's touchscreen, and if you click on certain things, it will activate the like safety message, boarding message, and all that. Duluth with 6 months. Wow.
Wow, Duluth. Wow, thank you so much for the resubscribe. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We got to get figured out here. Where is way too many lines here? Thank you so much there, Duluth. Going for the what a guy. The WAG um, um, trophy. Try that again.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
What? Okay. Weird. My checklist is telling me to turn my nav lights off.
Huh.
I'm not gonna do that. We'll just checklist override that one.
Normally they might turn off their logo and their strobes.
Logo and wing is all I know that comes
But
off.
and I'm not a big fan of turning the strobes off.
I never turn strobes off.
But I know when you get in the clouds, they can really ricochet off there and really cause a lot of trouble. You can turn them off for sure then. But I was told always leave them up. But then again, I flew little teeny weeny planes, not these big airliners at 30,
So I
40,
was-
50,000 feet.
I was driving home and I saw an Allegiant flying out, and at about, I'd say 3,000 feet, I just used logo light turn off, and I'm so confused why he did that. I thought logo comes off with the landing lights at 10,000 or even 18,000. I know some airlines will choose 18,000 as their landing lights. Like
The lights themselves. You're talking the landing lights.
mhm.
I was told, okay, when you get out of the airport area to turn them off. However, for airliners, they'll usually leave some kind of lighting. They can turn some of them off.
Yeah.
But they'll turn them off outside, but then at 10,000 feet, most of the time they turn them off.
Yeah. Because that like when you see at nighttime, if you fly nighttime, you'll see the wing light be on until 10,000 feet, then it comes off because that's when the wing light is really noticeable because it lights up the wing, as said by its name. So sadly, the auto throttle on this plane isn't the best, so I'm just gonna treat it like a CRJ.
Under the traffic, and 0132 now. Fly via Rebel X-ray Alpha Charlie 1 Bravo.
Believe me, I've said it, folks. My flight instructor would be going berserk listening to this on the radio. It's way too much. That I really hate because it sounds like something disconnected. Ooh. Something did kinda, because I didn't set it.
A lot of faults there.
Yeah, I'll get them here in a minute.
Dang, I'm climbing fast. I already at 20,000 feet.
2,000 feet MS.
Air conditioning packs off. Okay, we're starting. Okay.
Ooh, subway. You know it's not a real Japan Airways 7-8 if there's no speed tape on the wings.
Don't get me going on speed tape. Oh, what I've seen.
I love seeing non-aviation people be like, "What is this?" You know?
We
They're
had
like, "Oh my god."
at the airport I was at. One day I looked out. I think it was an A319, but it's either going to be a 319 or 320 with a Legion. I had the mechanic goes by and he knows I'll joke around with him. I said, "What's up with this?" And he looked out and went, from the fuselage to about 10 feet, maybe less, nothing but speed brake or speed tape. I went, "Are you trying to tape the wing to the fuselage?"
Maybe.
He looked at me and just he goes, "There's a couple of compartments. I know what speed tape's for, but I said, that's what it looks like." They're taping the wing to the fuselage.
So cool. I'm looking on my radar and yeah, I can see this ANA 1079.
Oh boy, folks. Stay off the radio.
I can't even understand this guy.
Well, he's talking way too much. It's like, "I'm
Yeah.
now 1 mile fine. I'm now 3/4 of a mile." I'm like, dude, you just have to say one thing. There are other aircraft that may want to talk.
Let him learn, let him learn.
They won't. And that's this, like I said, my flight instructor would be tearing this channel apart.
It's in the car right there.
And they wonder
am-
why they have people taxi out in front of them. They can't get a word in edgewise. I say, screw it. I'm going to taxi whether you're not going to let me or not. And then you can do the go around. Alright, so our THS is 39. Okay. Engines on. Alright, let's finish this up. Alright, transponders on. Engines okay. Alright, so here's where we get rid of these. Alright. Auto brake. And anti-skid. Now, the tricky thing with this plane, folks, again, folks like me that fly these Airbuses, this is a little different than we're used to. That is up. Now, we're used to pulling this up to get a white strip under it to tell us they're armed. No, push it all the way back. There's your indication right there, it's armed. Flaps 2. Hang on, let me see if there's anything else.
Clear the traffic, that's the 002 under 1,000 feet.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Alright, forgot to hit the parking brake. Cockpit doors locked. We're ready to taxi. A poo can go off.
One thing I like about this plane is I can be Mach 0.85 and have no problem. I think you can cruise at that too. You can cruise pretty fast.
Yeah, well, I see Duluth and Azul have chimed in. Give them a piece of your mind, and no tower. What do you expect? It's even worse sometimes with them.
We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
All right. Let's do our takeoff check. We're not as bad. Okay, we're set. It's just a lot new to get used to in this plane. But
Little traffic, 171 trade 2 descend to 8 solid.
okay, fine.
Yeah. I was gonna buy the MD-11
Yep.
because I wanted to do like Oakland to Honolulu this morning.
Ah, nice.
But I was like, well, I don't really want to buy a plane and then instantly, with no knowledge of the plane, go on a 5-hour flight.
Well,
So,
let me give you a little tip. You will find it very much Airbus.
okay.
320, probably more closer to the 300. But you'll find a lot of similarities, especially with the FMC.
Ooh. All right. Yeah. Only problem is it's X-Plane 12, and as you probably know, my native sim is 11. So I'm like a little like I don't know if I wanna.
Gotcha.
And also another buddy of mine, I jokingly made a promise that I'd buy him the new Phoenix update for the 319 and 321. And then realized he's like, I'll keep your word to that. I'm like, well, I guess so.
I just given him Tolus.
Yeah.
I know, that's mean, folks. Get on a better sim.
I don't know.
I mean,
Sim is a
don't
sim,
get me
you know,
wrong, it is.
As long as they have something to fly and they can hop on the Vatsim network, then I have no issue. You know, more
I
people
know.
means better experience.
It's just so doggone expensive. And then people tell me, well, it's this and that. Well, then why are you buying sceneries? If it's such eye candy. You shouldn't need scenery.
I paid. I'm gonna be honest. I paid for like $120 extra scenery.
I just, you know, it's not as great as you think. Well, we need to. Then you wasted a lot of money.
Yep.
And you're about to waste it again.
I will admit I've spent probably now over $500 on it soon, and I barely use it. So.
Well, I can tell you, from 1999, 2000 time frame when I started into this, I could have gotten recurrent in the real world. Probably either got my commercial or very doggone close to it, or my instrument on my private.
Yeah.
That's how much money I poured into Microsoft and X-Plane between computers, PMDG, and all of those great companies. I could have very easily, potentially, have maybe funded getting back into flying. At least getting back in with my private. That kind of always, when I think of it that way, kind of digs at me hard. But then I wouldn't be flying 747s, trying to fly an A350.
Yeah. I will admit though, although I think Track R, I paid a little bit too much for it. It's not a bad addition to the flight sim, you know? I'm literally hands crossed right now, just looking around my plane, and it feels nice because it's one-to-one almost, so I can just look around.
Oh yeah.
Don't get me wrong, approaches, oh my god, approaches are so much nicer.
I've had it, don't get me wrong. Oh, I had access to it, but I chose not to. I don't mind the hat switch. Again, it's just what I've been doing for so long. Narita traffic, Cathay 509 departing 16 right.
Everyone clear out. Look out.
Watch out, here I come.
So just know it does feel, the nose on this aircraft feels very heavy when departing. That's what I feel. I know you do have flights in this thing, so I don't want to be like, oh, you're wrong and all that. Just, I feel like it's just too heavy. Too heavy of a nose.
Well, that
for the
could be trim. Because like I said, most of these Airbuses trim out where you put your flap and then your THS in. Horizontal stabilizer. This one you're doing that percentage thing, and I don't know what that is. That I do need to read the manual on to see what, how they're doing that trim.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with the 340s. If you look
do
at
they do the same thing?
Yeah. The 340s trim, I don't know if the 380 has that, but yeah, the 340 also has the CG percentage trim.
Is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah, so whatever your center of gravity is that's the trim most desired for your departure. Compared to like one down and one up with the small aircraft.
Well, that's how the real baby buses do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call them.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what, the 18 is the baby bus, of course.
Well, so is the 19, 20, and 21. They're all the same except size.
Yeah, size doesn't matter, alright?
That's what they say. Alright, so here we go, folks. Airspeed's alive. Rotate, and that seemed pretty quick.
I guess it's because I'm used to flying like the Embraer, and that thing really pops up. Same. So. I do want though, for the 787, I do want to buy that Thrustmaster Boeing yoke.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it.
I want that. It's $500, and the way my desk is, I personally don't think I'll be able to like fit it on my desk. but I would love to have that in my collection because I have the Thrustmaster Airbus joystick. I do like flying that Airbus with it.
All right, question for you. I don't know if
Yep.
you're able to look on the stream. How do
I
you
got you.
get this turned on?
That screen is not a screen at all for you to use. It's only. I know there's ways you could. It's like a static image you can turn on, but besides that, there's nothing you can do with it.
Okay.
Sadly.
I've seen this options and all of that over there. That would be for me where I'd like the manual to be.
Yeah. The
But,
manual will be on that other screen, and I don't know if it's interactable or not because I've never done that. I've just read it when I was at school and bored, so I decided let me just read the manual.
Okay, I believe I've got flaps up now. Yep, 0. Again, folks, we're always used to looking right here for it. It's actually right here.
Is he still
Narita
on?
traffic, Cathay 509 is airborne, heading for the PIGOK 3 departure. Yeah, I did that intentionally, folks. So they get an idea there are other aircraft up here. It's not just their world.
It is their country.
But it's not their Vatsim. Hey, we have Vatsim of some kind down in Hong Kong. I have.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, did they switch? I'm not taking 7 left, guys.
Yeah. We're not taking 7 left.
We'll see when we get there. It's still 3.5 hours out.
About 1 o'clock landing time.
I'll get to 1 southern.
Yeah, 3 hours, 30 minutes for me. That's what I'm showing.
I got 5 hours, but I'm still climbing.
I'll make on 108.
I was gonna say, wait.
Please.
Doing a long haul?
And I got TCAS on, right?
I'll make on 108. Caution traffic at 0 right.
It's in the squawk box on your radio?
No, I'm trying to see if I've got everything set up so I can see call signs.
Did you go to the squawk thing on your radio?
Hang on. Squawk. Okay.
Yeah, on your radio there should be a squawk.
Yeah, I'm on 2000. Squawk mode ident. Oh, so I
So it's
can I
on.
change it here?
Yeah, so you can. That's how you change it. I don't know how you changed it before, but that's how like you would usually change it with the aircraft.
Ah, okay. Ident.
And then you want to put it into
Master
master mode.
traffic, 17132, descend to altitude 1000, inbound LTA runway 22, 7132.
Alright, which one will I hear then? I think it's intercom.
Traffic on Hotel 002, 10 minutes, off of runway 22 base.
I don't know if the 350 in X-Plane 12 has that a feature where it shows call signs. I've never seen it. This is my first time encountering this.
Well, I am turning towards PIGOK, which is south of Hanadade,
Alright.
where all of that jibber jabber is coming from.
Interesting terminology.
Beans.
What, you British now, bro? You like beans and toast? You like, yeah, you like your Heinz beans and toast? Is that what it is about? Now I trust you out of throttle.
Oh my gosh, Duluth is here. Oh no!
Yes,
He stopped playing marbles and grocery games. Matt Air is in the house. Matt 1997, welcome.
Translate the opportunity to launching the airport.
I'm gonna go get me food. I'm in the mood for food, like usual.
Well, I learned something. I didn't know that about the radios. I could do that and go back to VHF.
Gotta say, I love the wing flex of the 7.8. It's so beautiful. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna get food. No.
Okay, now there, I think the Magnum sounds pretty good. Now I'm going to turn it down a little. Alright, I need to decide.
Attending to the runway 22 traffic pattern down.
Alright folks, well welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We are in the A350. We've pointed out some of the negatives I've found, but the problem with some of my negatives are this is like a whole new ball game in aviation, the A350. Folks, this is not your typical A319, 20, 21. There's a lot different in here. Some work, some don't. And maybe Flight Factor will get around to fixing it until it's maybe they've already just said, you know what, we'll do it with V345, whatever number they're up to on it, and fix it then. So, but anyway, we're on our way. The cadet has entered the cockpit. How are you, ma'am? Did you have another long nap? You gonna raspberry us?
Traffic over 2, keeping up to maintaining 1,000 feet and south.
Alright, real quick tour as we're climbing here, folks. I think we're climbing way slow.
The traffic behind us is 132, final runway 22.
See, to me, we should be at this speed. Why we're at 260, I have no idea. I'm even looking at the departure. Nothing's restricting us speed-wise. Makes no sense.
It says derated climb DO1. What does that mean?
Well, let's see if I can't do anything with it.
Check your cost index. Maybe that's a little low.
Well,
Guys, I have grim news.
you're going to work.
No, my tax debt refund is not payable. So apparently I owe $32,000 in back taxes to the IRS.
Oh,
Shut
no!
No, I don't. It's a scam call.
Oh.
Optima Tex.
Did you put your cost index?
Yeah, 15.
Only 15.
Let's see if the dispatch... If not, we need to make a phone call to somebody and wake them up. Say, why did you make my cost index so low?
Well, the lower the better.
That's how it usually is.
Yeah, higher cost index means you're gonna.
But see,
climb
my
slower.
economy speed shows 290. And I'm not even doing that. I'm at 260 something.
Well,
And I can't come off the D-rate climb. Speed constraint?
nope, no speed constraints.
Traffic, runway 22.
I don't know. Just live with it. I don't know.
Haneda traffic.
Oh, I know how to get around.
Runway 22, picket into left. Runway 22 is clear.
Take over speed and crank it up.
32.
Okay.
Haneda traffic.
But why can't you set... Let's try something else.
20 miles eastbound left traffic IRS Zulu runway 16 left to Narita.
There's where it's getting it. It's managed at 267. What the heck is telling it that? The cost index? Those are the kinds of problems or questions I have about this.
Yeah. I've never really looked at that, you know. I just climbed.
Well, when I notice that I'm only doing this and I should be closer to 300 in climbs, I'm sitting
Well, if
here
you also
going...
think, because at 280, right, we
Haneda
changed
traffic,
Mach,
Haneda
so
132, not
it's probably now going to go to Econ Mach
to the
cruise
right,
instead of
and,
your Econ ISA cruise.
That's all. Have a nice flight, Haneda 132. Good day. Haneda traffic.
It's going to be 0.84.
Well, it hasn't yet.
So, well, what's your cruise altitude?
40.
40,000? Yeah, that's what I got too.
It's just little things like that I try to figure out. I know that's the pilot in me.
Yeah.
Haneda traffic.
Oh, HU. Like,
Sorry for that.
And you can't
Track
change
higher.
your D rate.
well, if you want, just pull the speed knob out and manually
Yeah,
select
I
it.
may have to.
I think that's what. Yeah, that's what I did with my JFK Singapore. Is I pulled the speed knob out because it wasn't giving me the right reading.
And I can go to Mach number now.
Yeah.
Traffic on the 22.
Okay. Well, I'd like to know how to work that next time. Predict 2.
You put your gross weight and all that to the aircraft.
Okay. So you're talking here?
Yeah, and payload and all that. You added. Yep, that's all on there.
Now let's make sure. Service, airplane, passengers. So zero fuel weight was 170. Where's payload go in at here?
That is just the payload. Zero fuel weight.
Well, maybe I need to next time put it in at whatever this said. It's off by... Hang on a second.
Did you not manually put that in?
Do what?
Did you manually put your ZFW in your MFD?
In here? No.
Oh.
So next time maybe I should off of here. That's actually,
Yeah, because your CG, dude.
that
is
is
really,
actually
like,
what we
20%
should
off.
have. That's what we should have loaded. But we couldn't get it anywhere near that.
I mean, yeah, that CG's very far back.
For the zero fuel.
Mm-hmm. See that zero fuel
Should be
rate?
38%.
Yeah.
Can I change that in flight?
I would not recommend that.
I think
'cause
I
now
will
the-
not.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that. I know, like, just changing gross weight for the rest of flight planes gonna say, like, check gross weight, check gross weight. You know?
Also, is there a place where top of descent shows up?
Yeah,
Number-wise.
it'll show up.
No, number-wise, so I can look it up.
Number one.
You know how you could go when you're in cruise? It would say top of descent.
If you look on your flight plan, it
That's
should
the
be
only
T-
place?
Yeah, that's the only place you'll be able to see it.
Okay,
and
so
you'll
it
get
doesn't
the,
show up anywhere in your perf pages. Okay.
you'll get the cruise descent will be the start of top of descent down to your approach. But so it'll be in flight plan, and from there you'll see like what time Zulu you'll arrive there and all that.
Because see, down here when we get into cruise, it'll have it right here.
I just know that the layout of the 350s and 380s MCDU is completely different.
Oh yeah, it's a trip.
It's definitely something you can't just go from like 320 to 350, you know? You gotta learn the new
Oh yeah.
system and all that.
See, that was the nice thing as a pilot. You could go, say, come up in the 220 and then switch over. Now the 220 may be a lot like this.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't the 220? I think is also a different,
It's a more new gen type Airbus. But anyway, if you got into the A318, we'll just say, the cockpit, the MCDU, everything, that all is pretty much the same. There might be an added switch here or this or that, but overall, you're looking at the same airplane. Other than performance and this and that, you got to know emergencies and all. This is a total step in a new cockpit. This is the Boeing way, where you go from, okay, so you got used to flying 737s. Unless you're with Southwest, you're always in a 737 NG now. I don't think they have 300s anymore. So it's a piece of cake to go from plane to plane. And the MAX. The MAX is different. It looks more like this. But you go to the 757 or the 767, those two are fairly similar, but they're totally different cockpit styles than the 737s. And then jump up to the 777 and the 74, they were different as well.
Yeah.
Nothing stayed equal. And Airbus tried to take that equation out with at least the basic part of the airplane. And I like that about Airbus. So, and then let's get real, folks. What we can do here with our keyboards and all, they're doing with this. The mouse is here, there's a little roller wheel behind this, and they're typing on the keyboard ahead of them. That's a little complicated.
What? I'll do it with my mouse and keyboard, because I don't really, with my controller and like where my yoke is compared to my my keyboard, I have to like lean forward, which causes my track IR to move down. So I have to like click the buttons in game, because I can't really just
these
move forward. Yep. So that's how I navigate my aircraft.
It's just, again, something new, folks. Oh, I hate that noise because that usually means the autopilot disconnected. It did not.
What noise?
Click, click, click.
Narita traffic on the bound 7 heavy, so 6 mile final at 16 left to Narita.
Oh wait, I forgot to turn off. Oh wait a minute, can I turn them off? Well, I can definitely turn these guys off.
Yeah, the landing light system is weird, where it's just one switch. Get rid
Oh,
of the two. On
yeah, because I was thinking that was the other landing switch. No, it's the
Nope.
wing. Ah, there's where it is.
Yep. So it's just the one landing light switch and then one wing.
22C. Let me look at my little graph. That's going to put it somewhere in the low 70s. I think that's a comfortable temperature. We'll lower the cockpit a little bit.
Only restraint I'm showing is a muscle. We have to be at 280 knots, flight level 130.
Uh-oh. I did it. I broke it.
What'd you do?
No, I can't get the thing to clear for the cabin announcements.
I'll have to find the video. I know there was another thing I think I probably did to bypass cabin announcements, just because I did find them, you know, annoying.
Well, they are very annoying in the 7.6. If you don't do them in the passenger thing, he goes berserk.
Yeah. Where are you at?
But I just need a few more flights in this. And I think this is just a test to see how well it will handle streaming.
Yeah.
I have flown I flew the Sparks 43, I think it is, 747-400, Boston
plane.
to Tel Aviv, on stream the whole time. So we're hoping
You
to
have
be
the
able.
F mod for it?
Not yet.
You should do that. It is when you start the aircraft up, you can hear the wind of the electronics bay fan, and it is, I swear, it is just heavenly to your ears.
Huh. Yeah, I've got it back in. I just haven't kept it up to date, and I have not ever gotten the F mod.
Yeah.
That is what I would want it for. And then I might start talking to my friends over at Globe Cargo that I used to fly with. See if I can get back in. I logged a lot of hours in that 747, both 200 and 400 there.
Yeah, I do want to get more hours on wide bodies. I don't have that many. You know, only the 350 and the 78. That's just because I do extreme long hauls, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope Hawker's listening, because I'll be ready by Labor Day.
Sounds like a threat when you say that.
Well, no, he's
I'll be ready.
already said me and Duluth are supposed to fly. And I know he won't.
He won't wait. What?
I know Hawker won't do it.
Oh, really?
So my plane's going to launch on Labor Day.
That's why I'm not doing it, because I know Hawker's gonna check it out.
I will be, and I'm probably thinking about streaming it.
You're thinking about streaming it?
Yep.
Okay.
So that'll be a very long flight. I think it's 18 hours.
Yeah, give or take, yeah.
Only?
From, well, it's either going to be JFK to Singapore or Atlanta to Johannesburg. 2 real-world
Can the
flights.
7-4 do that?
No, this plane
not
right
bad.
here.
Yeah. So, if you do that flight, let me
Let you know.
let me know. I'll fly with you, and you're gonna have to make some changes to the aircraft in the ACF file.
Uh-oh. What am I going to need to change?
Well, because the aircraft we have right now is the extra wide body, which means it just has a larger body. It's not the ULR version that Singapore flies. So what I did was I added a couple extra, like I think 40,000 pounds in the center tank, and then also decreased the fuel burn to make the Trent 1000 engines a little bit more realistic with fuel burn. Because right now you're probably doing like what 4,000 to 3,000 fuel flow.
Let's look. Oh my gosh, dang it! I forget that one can't pull out. 4,200, 2,200 each engine, so 4,400.
So it's a little bit high, especially when you're heavier. It's very high, you know, up to like it's at the lower altitudes. So you have to change that. But I'll set you through it, and we just gotta make sure you do copy your ACF file.
Oh,
so you
we'll
don't
definitely
ruin
do
it, you know,
that.
of course.
Yeah.
I have many mods, or like I have the 1000 mod for the 350, which is pretty nice. I'll fly some Virgin Atlantic or some French airlines.
Now, why would I not expect Virgin Atlantic to have the 1000?
They do have the 1000.
I'm just saying, why would I not expect them to?
Yeah.
That's like a given. Anything with an extremely long... The thing that does shock me, they never got the 380. That kind of shocks me.
I'm sad they phased out their 340s, dude. I love the 340. I'm glad Lufthansa still flies them, but that's only Lufthansa. And Lufthansa's really out here with all the OG planes, the 74, 340, you know, 330, and the A380. I did though when I was in JFK. I did see a Lufthansa 747 and a Lufthansa A380. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I would love to see... I've never seen a 380. I have seen a 330, and I totally forgot that did pay a visit to our airport once. Beyond that, heavy-wise, 777 we've seen a couple times. Did get to see an L1011 before Hawker days out there. MD-11's too many to count. We did get to see a DC-8, albeit it was confiscated. Emergency had some reason it had to divert to us, which we weren't planned with the cargo. Customs doesn't like that.
I think the coolest plane I saw was a 747-200.
Seen them.
It was only in the Air Force One livery. And it was Air Force One at the time.
It was Air Force One, or was it one of the E4s?
It was. It was Air Force One. The president was on the aircraft.
Nice.
And it flew over my school. My coolest all-around spotting was I was walking out of French class one day, and I look up to hear like some weird roar, and I see 3 F-15Cs matched with one F-117 in the middle.
Nice.
And my jaw just dropped. Like everyone else thought I just like got the rabies or like went rabid, you know? Because I'm just like, oh, what? You guys have no clue what you just missed. Oh my god, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I've seen some interesting things. VC-10s through here, Eurofighters. I do have a funny story with that plane. F-22s have been on our ramp. F-35s. Growlers. Both F-18 and EA-6s. A-6s we had on there once. Yeah, we've seen quite a bit at Mid-America, and it's mainly because of Scott Air Force Base. The funny story, though, with the Eurofighter, Hawker, I think, had just started, or he is a camera guy. You put an airplane near him, it's like he finds a camera and just starts shooting pictures. Well, they wouldn't let him take a picture of the cockpit. Unbeknownst to the Eurofighter crew, I was in the control room at the firehouse with all the cameras. I was looking straight into the cockpit and got any picture he wanted. The F-22 was smarter when it was there. They kept the canopy down. I couldn't look in.
Oh man.
But I could tell. I had the whole cockpit. I could see everything. Lo and behold, they had no idea. Hawker got back disappointed. Couldn't get a picture of the cockpit of that plane. What, that? And he looked up and just went, oh, wow. I was looking at it the whole time. So, a lot of neat planes have come and gone through there. Tornadoes, Hawker Hunters, for a group that works with our guys, training, interdiction, and all of that. Mirage. Fun times out at Mid-America High.
Yeah. Good times at the airport. Only got kicked out twice. Not that bad. Because my airport's, you know, both military and civil, so they're a little bit more hush-hush about what goes on there. So they didn't like some you know,
Yep.
16-year-old walking around with a camera taking photos of the planes.
You
Like,
should have said,
wait a
what?
minute.
Didn't you see, what was that movie? Iron Eagle? Come on. We run the airbase. If you haven't seen Iron Eagle, you ought to watch it.
I guess I gotta go watch
It's a
another
pretty crappy. I didn't really like it. Now, the flight sequences with the F-16s were good, but I did not like the whole. I am shocked the Air Force let that happen.
movie. Is that bad?
I'll let you be the judge. Watch it. Good music, good. I mean, but it's not Top Gun. The Navy got more than they bargained for when Top Gun went out. They got so much more. The Air Force got a good embarrassment.
Increased government spending.
I mean, what they were able to do with Top Gun was, I mean, they probably tripled enlistment in the Navy. Probably mostly aimed towards fighters. But nonetheless, you enlist, it doesn't matter. But the Air Force? Oof.
Yeah. Oh, I do want to see that Indian Top Gun.
Which one?
It was an Indian, like from Bollywood, a remake of Top Gun.
Oh, gosh.
What up, the J-11s and the Su-27s?
Well, that's Maverick.
No?
It just take out our F-18s and put those in.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they were in the end.
The J-11s weren't. No, those were the Su-57s.
I thought those were the J... whatever their J whatevers are.
The J-11 is the flanker style. No, in Maverick they had the Su-57s.
Ah.
The Felons is what they call.
I don't follow the Russians too much.
Mm.
Why do you keep clicking like that? What did I not set? Quit arguing with me.
I'm sorry.
I also don't like that with the old with the A320s and all, you get those dots next to these dashes.
Yeah.
They're not there. It makes me wonder, are we really managed?
Yeah. Oh,
Just like the
2 seconds is
altitude.
fine, walking. You know? You just watch it for a couple seconds.
Okay, we're doing 8-1. What's cruise say we should be doing?
8-4.
So next time I am going to make sure to do the weights and make sure everything matches. Alright, so there is nothing on this new MCDU that's going to tell me top of descent.
Well, if you go to flight,
Flight
your
plan,
flight plan, yeah.
then I'll find it there. Oops, I can't do it
Mhm.
that way. So I'm assuming get around ELATO. There it is.
Top of descent, and I should show you
Is that
the time.
is this cumulative time?
This is Zulu time. So if you look on your center panel, underneath
We're not
like, your air conditioning-
zeros.
Not that panel, the one to the right of your MFD.
To the right?
Yeah, it's the center one with the like the airplane. It's gonna be behind the pop out right now. There you go. With the engine instruments, with the click on that, and then on the
It
bottom.
won't come out.
Yeah. On the bottom, if you see FLT,
Ah, so that's a
That's your-
timer.
yeah. So that's your flight time. That's your
So,
chrono, and then below that is
2
your
hours,
Zulu time.
27 minutes into flight will be there.
That's 2 hours 27 minutes Zulu. So right now it's 23:54.
Oh, okay. That's right,
Yeah.
because I've reset my time to be daytime.
Same here. Mine's 17:52. And then if you look actually below that too, next to on your MCDU where it says Victor Hotel Hotel Hotel, it shows you a time next to that, and that's your estimated arrival time at the airport.
Where'd you say to look?
Look on the far bottom of your MCDU page. It will show you
Oh.
the airport's name and then the estimated Zulu time of arrival.
258 Zulu. 7 tons of fuel.
Perfect.
It's
Make sure that's not
1,400
zero.
miles. Huh?
Make sure that's not zero.
Why not?
Trust me, I did that with the Singapore flight. I didn't like it. The first try to do my first try to Singapore, I died in I think Turkey because I missed up pounds and kilos.
Oh.
And, in a glider in Turkey.
Yeah, that's the only bummer thing. The 7.6 actually does a good job with pounds.
Yeah.
But the Airbus 320, you can set everything up. It's great and all until you go to this equivalent page in the MCDUs that are on that plane. And everything's in kilos for your weights up here. And that will not change. I'm like, well, I don't think it does that in a real plane. Well, then why does TOLUS? And why does this? And then they get real defensive.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't do
You know,
their
if someone's
research.
wrong if they're defensive.
Because they're obviously not researching properly.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's their company. They can lose it how they want.
I'm not too worried too. Like people are like, oh, this isn't realistic. I'm like, well, I'm not really looking to fly the real aircraft, you know?
I would like
Like,
to
it's
get it
as-
as real as possible.
Yeah. And
I
there's
mean-
some adaptations to the sim where it's as real as it gets, you know. But again, you have legality and all that. You don't want your competitor knowing what you're doing.
They already do.
So, well, you never know.
Airbus already knows what Boeing's going to do because they know the next plane off the line, the door is going to fall off.
It was a one-time incident, and it's Alaska's fault, and everyone's saying it's Boeing's fault.
Actually, it's not
Like-
Alaska's. It was Boeing's.
Yeah.
That's a
Okay,
door that was supposed to be sealed.
Did you hear about the whole Alaska knew about the door issue 3 months in advance and said, "Oh, well, we just won't fly it over the ocean." They knew about the low pressure warning from the cabin. They knew about a cabin leak, and yet did no maintenance check on it.
So, well, Boeing needs to clean its act up.
It's not I forgot the other company, the Key Air or something. I think it is. They're the ones that like finalize the process of building the aircraft before it's sent to the Boeing factory. Of course, the Boeing factory should have caught the bolts being loose.
Just like when I worked a car factory.
Yeah.
I don't care who did the design. I don't care who did anything else. It better roll out of the car factory spot on. Then you can blame the airline.
Yeah. I will admit, though, I don't know if Boeing did see the issue and be like, it's alright, we won't worry about it. I presume that Boeing, when they did their pressurization test, that the aircraft did come back, 100% perfect to go. And then after usage from Alaska, because Alaska does really use their 7.3s. Like that is
everyone
their
uses their aircraft to the maximum they can.
So
that shouldn't be an excuse. That's where they're supposed to be able to say, well, it can go 1,000 times longer than we say it can, even though it's all computer simulated.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm out of quarters. How many quarters do I have? I only have 5.
That might have happened with Boeing too. They ran out of quarters and the pressure machine was dead.
Yeah.
But no, you've got, like I said, in that car factory, we had kickouts all over the place from people checking those cars top to bottom. Oh yeah, they still came out. Don't get me wrong, they weren't perfect. But there was enough inspection in there that they should have been. But again, the famous adage, if it was built on a Monday or a Friday or day before a holiday or anything like that, expect a lemon. Because they really just kind of turned eyes. But the government should be in there really looking them over. And they're not. Because the FAA is also charged with promoting. How can you promote a company if you're dinging it left and right? And that's where they need to split the FAA completely apart. And the NTSB is one of the best ways to do that. Or something similar. But that's not going to happen.
My baby has painted fuel text. Have you seen the 144th American Heritage F-15?
144th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one with the American flag on, or painted all over the tanks?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw it in Facebook a couple days ago.
That is my regional squadron.
Nice.
That's my airport, and I see it doing overhead brakes almost all the time.
I thought your airport was Sierra. They got F-15s there?
No. So there's 3 airports where I live. There's Sierra Sky Park, there's Chandler, and then there's Fresno.
I know. I had to give you crap, man. Come on.
I know. No, it's actually we actually get the F-35s there just because the VTOL capability.
Oh yeah. Well, now, if you were listening in, you may not have. The day I flew the Caravan from the Bahamas to Tampa, we went to a smaller airport in Tampa. It's actually situated south of Tampa International, north and east of MacDill. They had a C-17 mistaken land there.
Oh, I've heard about that, yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, MacDill has 10,000-foot runways. That used to be a tanker buff base. And you mistaked a 3,000-foot runway?
Caught in the heat of passion,
Something tells me there's more intentionality there than mistook. Because you got to be on the brakes if you're doing a short field landing. So, or touch and go. Get on the power real quick.
Just never get off of it.
Oh, that just cracked me up. There you see, folks. I mean, like I said, the A350 from Flight Factor, I know I knocked the hell out of it a lot. And there are good reasons, too. But overall, it is a good plane. I'm still kind of wobbly on the Mango that I put on. It does sound better than default, but not 100%. Not like what happened with Flight Factor. A320, when I put the Big Sky on, oh my god, inside sounds phenomenal. Now the guys that do these sounds, I would like to see a little more look at the exterior sounding if you're outside the airplane listening to it, because they don't sound anywhere near them. But again, where do most people hear them? Inside the airplane. So, but overall, I like the plane. I just need to, as Shampoo here has been flying along with us, looks like I have some tweaks to make before it can fly long haul. I already know a couple tweaks that have to happen. And I just don't know where in the ACF that would be.
So it's the plane maker.
Well, I've got to do the doors, reposition the coordinates on them to make the jetways work.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's all you.
Well, that one, that's why I said, again, these are things Flight Factor should know, but they're not taking the time to know. So this screen, if I was to turn it on, you said is just a nothing screen.
Yeah, I have seen how to access that personally.
Well, the funny thing is, let me show you guys some things I saw on a video. I can flip these. I could put the OIS here. What went over here? Oh, interesting. That's an interesting flip.
A little bit. I haven't seen that actually, huh?
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it looks a little bit easier
Yeah.
to access, I would say.
I was saying, huh. Some neat things you can do when you start, But now you saw all of that with those two switches. Now let's go to the same two over here. Oh, you can't even click on them.
Yeah, I don't think this is only
So, I think this
captain side.
Captain only.
Orientated.
You first officers, get out. Get out.
You're not invited here. Yeah, because most of the planes that I fly, I usually, like, if I don't have more than 100 hours, I'll fly, right hand side until I'm comfortable, then switch over left hand side. But some of them are just like, yeah, you can't fly as the first officer.
So, interesting stuff we've learned on this plane. Alright, just still working on getting these screens to where I can... Oh my goodness. So that And here you go, folks. You know, I don't do this a lot, but we've got time on this one. A very nice cabin they've put in here. I'm sure I could get it looking even better. That's funny. You go across the aisles, you see bodies. Oh, there we got some. You know, a nice little bar right there, folks. Now, the funniest thing here, folks, for a while there last year when I would fly Hong Kong to Tokyo or anywhere out here in this part of the Pacific Ocean, there was always a hurricane, typhoon. Always. I mean, I could not get past flying through one of those. So far this year, I haven't flown through one. Knock on wood. Well, got a nice group of people here and a nice little flight ahead. Estimating 2 hours and 30 minutes. Let's see what ELATO is showing. Oh, they're not even showing my plane. Oh, wait. Okay, where am I hiding on here? Oh, that's why I'm not even connected. Oh, that's just nice. It's been doing so well here lately. There, we're connected. There we go. 2 hours, 30 minutes. Okay. I didn't even notice we weren't connected. I wish it was an easy task if I could find out where these interactive checklists were to find them so I could put them into a nice format. Okay, after takeoff cruise, approach.
You could just also on the forums just search up for like a checklist.
I have. There aren't.
What?
This is the only one, the one from Q8, and then that other one Hawker found that had 4 engines.
There is also one mod I suggest. There's actually 2. If you do transatlantic, the SELCAL code mod, just so then it gives you a SELCAL code, you don't have to make one up. And then also a the ABBEY tab mod, which will put the ABBEY tab on the bottom middle screen. You can select it for ABBEY tab in front of the throttles.
I have ABBEY tab already.
Yeah, but it's like a pop-out window. I don't know about you, but I personally prefer it where it's like integrated into the aircraft screens, you know?
Oh, okay.
Or like on the tablet next to me if I'm flying with a tablet.
Speaking of which, let's see what Avatab is showing for a frame rate. I'm getting 52 right now.
Not bad. Though we are pretty over the ocean.
You are. I'm still over Japan.
Okay.
Just passed a few minutes ago Osaka area. The bay leading into Osaka. I guess that would really be a channel. And I really do like in this new technology this vertical profile they show.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty neat how they've done that. So it's just me getting used to this new format. It's just wild. But the funny thing with Q8's checklist, getting back to that, it ends before landing check. There's nothing else after. So you can only go in the plane as far as before landing. Landing, you're on your own. Shut down, you're on.
The plane.
Huh?
He never got to that part.
So I always find that kind of interesting. I wonder how much he's gotten comment-wise. Why did you never finish your checklist? Now, there are C lists out there. I'm not a big fan of those. They bother me a lot of times. Uh-oh, spy flights. Where's he headed? Let me guess. Frankfurt. Because it's Friday. Ooh, he's following us.
Uh-oh.
He's going to go to Manchester first. Wow, an A321? Really?
What route?
Yeah, he is flying an Airbus A321. Probably.
From where to where?
Frankfurt to Manchester.
Oh, that's not bad.
No,
That's like
but
a
it's a
2-hour
glutton
flight.
for punishment with ATC.
Well, we had that experience yesterday.
Yeah. Actually, I did not have a bad time into Manchester the one time on ATC up there. Only time I had trouble was because I just went to a gate and he wanted me to stop at, like we did on the way to the runway. I couldn't find it on the map.
It's I don't know how long ago that was, but when I was in Manchester, they had construction and we had to wait for like 20 minutes because they only have one taxiway to get inside of the apron. And so they had to wait for outcome and then ingoing, outcome, and ingoing, you know.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we were sitting on the taxiway with our freshly landed A330 after 9 hours of flight. I'm ready. I see ground. I'm like, my internal clock's messed up because I did not sleep at all this flight, and we left at night, and now it's the next day. I'm like, what's going on? So 30 hours of no sleep. I'm like, please, man.
I just want to get out and kiss the ground. Let me get out and kiss the ground.
Please. I want to make fun of British people.
But yeah, he's doing that. Then he's off to Cathay.
Dang. That's a
Rio
long flight.
Air
Manchester to
Bridge.
Cathay?
Oh, and then it's okay. Then he's doing Cathay, so I'm kind of curious where that'll be from. That he never says what the he just gives you what they're doing. And then the Rio Air Bridge, so they must be doing Rio to Sao Paulo. That's actually fun. You want to fly something, I'll challenge you. Fly out of, I don't care what airport in Sao Paulo, it's really the closest to it, to Santos Dumont. You're gonna enjoy it.
ICAO.
SBRJ.
SBRJ. Okay.
And Google it if you don't believe me. airliners fly in there. ABA 320s, 737-800s, and when you
Is
look
this
it
the
up,
one in the middle of the mountain, like in the valley?
no. This Rio International that everyone likes to fly into is just to the north and west of this airport. This is tucked in with 4,000-foot runways. And
Is it
yes,
the 2 single runways?
two runways,
Yeah.
and you fly RNAVs into it. Obviously, you can't do an ILS because you'll be coming right over Rio International.
I see no problem with this.
Well, wait till you try flying, and then you see that 4,000-foot runway.
Well, I mean, how long is the runway at DCA?
7,000.
Okay, well, just be a little slower.
Yeah, you'll see. I like it. It's fun. And a lot of times I end up going around the first time.
Dude,
So-
looking at the cities in Rio, they look like, I don't know how to pronounce this, but they look dirty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different country, so everything's, everything's different when you go somewhere else. We went to Nassau, near the
You went to NASA?
Nassau, Bahamas.
Hmm.
And we took cruise ship. Got off that, took a one of those tours to tour the island. It's interesting, Nassau. Let's just put it that way. The driving, it will scare the hell out of you. Well, maybe not, because now most people today drive worse than they do. But anyway, you drive through some interesting neighborhoods, but then you get up to the fort where they're headed, looking down. Wow, really neat. But again, it's a whole different lifestyle, a whole different thing. Oh. So, I would like to go to Brazil. I really don't know what I'd want to see, to be totally honest. Although I would love to see the statue of Jesus that overhangs. I have no idea which mountain that's on to go look for it. Because there's so many different peaks around Rio. And Microsoft used to have tours you could go to see those kinds of landmarks in earlier Sims. So. But anyway. And I'd like to go to Hong Kong. That city intrigues me. Not only did they spread out, but they also went up at how high some of these people live in that city. Up. And I will be right back, see what's up with my dog. Alright, I'm back, folks. Whoa, what was that? Alright, I really wish it would stop porpoising. Okay, no spoilers. Alright, top of descent, 930 miles. We still got 2 hours to go, folks. And this is a short long haul. Many would say medium. Oh, excuse me. Might as well do a little bit of job searching here on this run. Take advantage of this. Hey, what is all that racket back there, Miss Cadet? Am I gonna have to call you Spacey Cadet? Oh, she cracks me up. Alright, folks. Alright folks, just so you all know, I am still here. I'm just going through some job searching here. It's not been a really good week on that front. Wow, here's a place I used to work at before the airport. Scroll up if you have to. Look, it's a recruiter. That's what's come up so far in the search. Yeah, they're still in that building, yeah. I mean, I had heard rumors they were thinking about leaving DC, but I don't think they ever will, because rumors are just that, rumors. To all of my black operatives, black operatives, let me put it that way. Wow. All right. Well, folks, I've been a little quiet here looking through some job ads here. Come across some interesting ones from past jobs. AI healthcare. Never heard of them. Alright folks, so again, for those curious, we are in the A350 flying from Narita to Hong Kong. So far, not a bad flight. I mean, we're still running into the troubles we've had in the past. Trying to watch my mic levels here. Sorry, folks. And overall, we're getting better in the flows. We're still having some problems navigating this newer styled aircraft. And folks, even the real world pilots, this is gonna, while they'll be able to catch on a lot quicker than I will, because they have access to real guys that really fly them daily.
Traffic diocese Info 1, taxi runway 18 going back to Echo 2 via Alpha, Naha.
So, but yeah, we've been doing a lot of short in this aircraft. I've been told it looks like we got to tweak it a little to get the miles out of it, if you will. For instance, the mentioning of a JFK to Singapore run. There is a gentleman flying with us who does that, has done it a couple of times and had to tweak the ACF to make it do it. Curious how that worked the weight and balance out, but we'll get in there and get that updated. There was a somewhat maybe fix to the jetway issue, but again, it's recoordinating coordinates on the aircraft for them to come up, but that doesn't make sense why that's what holds them back from working. So a lot of scratching your head with flight factor. It's these blinders that go up when they start working V2, V3s on their products, and they totally let the other lines go down. I truly wish Tolis would step in and just take over the A350 and make it a better product. I know it more than likely is pipe dream, but it would sure, make things.
Traffic diocese Info 1, takeoff runway 18 going back to Echo 2 departure eastbound, Naha.
So, alright, let me go up here. This job search. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, that didn't go as I'd hoped, but it was interesting seeing in that job search, looking through the board, past jobs. Let me rephrase that, past companies I used to work at, not the job. But again, the A350 could be a much better plane, so if Flight Factor would give some attention to the rest of their fleet that they supposedly but anyway, right now I am tentatively gonna challenge Hawker to Labor Day. I know he's not in the channel, but I'll be ready for Labor Day to go JFK to Singapore. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to look up. Yep, that wasn't there. No biggie. Alright, we got one aircraft. He's got a ways to go still. A little closer than me. We're an hour and 30 minutes out. So, we'll be there shortly, folks. Sorry, folks, got distracted by our 4-month-old. Alright, we last left off, we were about an hour and 40 minutes out. Now we're about an hour and 25 minutes out. Top of descent probably lurking at about 600 to 700 miles. So, we are getting there. I might try this on my own, doing a checklist. Q8 has done a really good checklist. I mean, it really is. The problem, the only thing I see with it that's difficult is finding everything to get speed. Is getting a couple of these things in here, but I mean, overall, this went well with the Flight Factor A350 version 1.6. Let's see which video that was. That's the last thing I ever want to see is a political on YouTube. That is so disrespectful. I don't care who the candidate is. It's X-Plane 11. I'm beginning to really think X-Plane 11 is where this plane seems to excel. Let me see if Godspeed is still in here. No, he's not. Actually, everyone seems to have gone quiet in here. I was going to point him to a YouTube video that might assist him.
Who are you speaking about?
Godspeed. He was here earlier.
Yeah, for like a minute, and then.
Oh, did he?
Dude.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
how he is. Okay, yeah. He's
Yeah,
gonna probably
too
try
good
and
for
use that.
us.
He's gonna probably use that excuse, something about work or something. And you know, I'm sorry. But no, he was asking me last night about G1000s. A guy I follow on YouTube, Chris73, just put a King Air video out with the G1000. I know which panel he's talking about. Now, it won't be his plane, but the G1000's in it. So that may help him out. But anyway, I was just looking through a couple of other areas I'm interested in, seeing how the videos were going and how their stuff is.
Oh man, my local airport's approach is online right now.
Your who?
My local Approach is online.
Approach is online.
For my local airport.
Oh, nice.
For
Fresno?
Fresno. Yep.
Fresno?
Yes, actually.
No, I heard it was Fresno.
It's Fresno.
What
Hey.
about me now?
Mike, you summoned him.
I summoned somebody. Huh. You
Yeah,
were
you're talking about the
asking-
G1000s?
Yeah, there was a video last night that released. Crisk, CRISK 73 in the King Air. This mod to the King Air that's default has the G1000 flight deck on it. So they may be able to help you with what you're looking at. Now, it may be a little more advanced than default,
Yeah.
but it may help you a little.
You said it's CRISK 73
CRISK 73.
on Twitch?
No, on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Okay.
How about I do one better? Well, that didn't work. What in the heck did I do? Cancel.
I think I literally just clicked on the same video. Okay, that was the right one. Alright.
Yeah, I figured, well, you know, there's an easier way. Let me just send you it.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever came across a guy on Twitch named Boulder,
I don't think so.
but he does a lot of flying on Microsoft and X-Plane.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know about you, Shampoo, but I'm down to an hour and 20 minutes. And I know you're ahead of me. And I think Duluth fell asleep.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to figure out how to maintain and hold an altitude on this plane.
I do apologize, but I have to go. The F-14 just arrived.
Oh, nice.
And I am very excited. I'm trying to control it. I don't know if you could hear it in my voice right now, but I am like a kid in a candy shop. So I'm gonna go scratch build this thing. I hope you have a good flight, though. I will be watching you just because I like the ASMR of the 350 personally, watching someone fly it.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Enjoy.
have a good flight.
If you see me doing
Um,
stuff wrong, yell at me.
I will. Remember, it's a big plane, so treat it like the 747 when landing. 100 feet, bring the pile back slowly, and at 50s when you start the flare, because you know it's a big plane. That's what I learned. I don't know, because I personally fly smaller planes, but that's the one thing that trips me up is with landing. These like you gotta start the flare slightly earlier than you would with the smaller planes.
Well, I'll give you a
Think it's
tip
the
with the
nose.
7.4.
Yeah.
You're 3 stories up in the cockpit.
I know. That's why, like, I've tried flights. I've done LA to Frankfurt with the 748 for Lufthansa, and I slam that thing every single time because I keep forgetting. Oh wait, I'm 3 stories up. You know?
Well, and think about it. When you flare up, add another story or 2.
Yeah. So it's like,
Yeah,
You're
it's
like, I'm not
it's a
landing, and then
trip.
you land. You're like, oh crap.
It's
But,
a trip. Oh my. The
I will
cadet
though,
is-
if you don't mind, in the future, if we could maybe exchange knowledge. I give you some 350 knowledge, you give me some MD-11 knowledge. I would very
Oh,
much
I can
appreciate
definitely
that.
do that. Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm gonna go build this thing. I'm very excited about this right now. I'm like shaking, drooling all over.
All
I
right.
swear, man, I'm like a dog singing.
Enjoy it.
All right, thank you. I will send photos, of course, and I will see you guys later.
Alrighty. Tally ho. Alright, folks. Well, our wingman decided to wing out and build an airplane. Hey, that's pretty cool. So let's see what we have in chat. There we go. What do we have over here? Cool. Alright, folks. So, like I said, we're about an hour and 15 or so minutes out of Hong Kong. And the landing part I normally don't have much problems with. We ran into a little bit of a coupling issue last one of our flights, but we'll get her in. Matter of fact, let's kind of start looking this over a little. Yeah, Godspeed. I wish I knew more about the G1000s. They are the big, basically the dashboards of the 2000s. I mean,
Yeah.
what is that? What's the new trainers? Doggone it. I'm used to Piper Cessna. There's a new one on the line. The T-Tails. But anyway, they got them at parks here in St. Louis, and they're all G1000s. And I'm like, what the heck is this? A lot like this on mine. Oh. Not the Tomahawks. The Diamonds. The Diamond. I flew Tomahawks. They are nowhere new. But we can tell Shampoo is still lurking about. The DAs, yeah, all of the Diamond products, I believe, have T-tails. Although I'm not 100% sure on the retractable gear one, which I don't know. Not very up on them. I just know they're infesting the general aviation. Give me my Pipers and Warriors and Beechcrafts. Oh my. Oh no. I mean, they look like a good little plane. Never flown once. Never flown in one. Never flown one. Until I started working Mid-America, never saw one. And I know a young man that lived up the street from us many years ago. He's been trying to get all his certs, and he's pretty much, that's the airplane he's flown. So he loves it. So be curious if he actually got into what I used to fly. Flew those a lot, or a fair amount. Switch back which one he'd like. Old school, new school. It's kind of the same deal here with the A350. I'm a very old school kind of flying, with my Pipers, my Warriors, with my 737s and A320s, even the 7677, 747s. Then you give me this. You want me to do what with this? Or better yet, that'd be like telling a B-17 pilot, here, now you're going to fly this. Wait a minute, what are you telling me? It flies itself? What? Wait, what? So... I do want to watch a couple of real-world A350 videos. These lines over here seem really too much pronounced. Like they need to be softened. I know what they're for, but they really stick out. Shampoo said, all I heard was T-tail. Alright, got some stuff taken care of over on the Discord channel. And we are working our way into Hong Kong. Hong Kong Fooey. When cartoons were really fun to watch. So far, I've had to tell this plane everything to do speed-wise. And it's really sometimes makes it difficult. Alright, so we're at 40,000. Alright, the ABBEY requires us 13,000 at Mosul. Alright, which means we'll probably start down just before ELATO. So about 80, 81, I'll call it 90-ish miles from ELATO. We'll start our descent and then work our way in. By Limes, we're gonna need, well, by Stella, we're at 2,000. So we got, get down to 13, continue so we can make 2,000 by Stella, plus the slowdown. Uh-oh. Something just came in from Shampoo. Hang on, folks. I'm loving life. Entire dining room table full of an F-14. That is so cool. Enjoy the construction project. Now, one thing I do wish there was a way to know without having to run the updater what version you're in. Gonna give it a try. Hang on, I want to make sure. 7.04. That's if that's what we're in. Alright, we're done playing. We got a few screenshots, folks, as we approach Taiwan.
This plane isn't really that bad once you get the hold of everything.
Well, we'll see. Have you put it on the ground yet?
5 times.
And none into the grass?
Nope. Well, I mean, the first one was in the sand
There you go.
from the St. Bart's.
Ah. Now that makes sense why you went... Oh, so you went off the runway.
I did.
St. Bart's is not an easy landing.
But I had a 150 landing though.
There you go. But how much runway did you eat up?
See, I didn't end up landing until like half of the runway. And then I skid off into the sand. I had too much fuel weight. I couldn't get her down.
Yeah, I was going to play the one video I used to watch all the time. This goes back many years. Looked like a twin Comanche coming in. Landed really long and no way to stop. You almost went into the water. But of course the beach is going to stop you in a heartbeat.
Can I put some screenshots in your Discord?
Huh?
This one. Post a screenshot in your Discord.
Works for me.
What's that? Sorry, my engines are too loud. What'd you say?
Said it worked. Oh wait, works for me.
All right.
What am I trying to add here? All right, let me. All right, folks. I'm working on something. You can see it coming. There it is.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's definitely what I did, but...
It almost looks, folks, like they are physically forcing that plane to come down. When you look at them here.
Hey everybody, Tim here. We'd love to give you an opportunity if you can give a little bit to the
Wait, that
campaign.
was weird.
We'll use it wisely.
Hi.
We'll give you an opportunity to fly you out and campaign a little bit with the Vice President and myself at an event. We don't take for granted your
It's got a
support.
turn off, like, it's got like a little roundabout, like near the ocean,
Yep.
but it doesn't have that in the X-Plane 12. At least that I've seen. I think it's like the other way that there's a roundabout.
I'm kind of curious, though, what it's like to take off towards the hill.
I don't want to know.
Sorry, folks, we're not promoting anyone. So that's why I got rid of it.
So my guess would be if you ever seen Top Gun Maverick when he takes off with the F-14 above that gigantic thing after they like blow the crap out of it, the runway. That'd probably be, yeah, definitely probably be like that.
It could. Oh wait, I gotta stand by. I gotta go mute. Alright, nobody picking up, so Yeah, I just happened to hear my wife's phone behind me, so I thought, ooh, we better get on mute quick. Alright, I'm trying to remember.
Apparently, this plane can fly up to 34,000 feet.
What, the one you have?
Yep.
Sweet. Sweet. All right, we are actually, I better start thinking about where we are. All right,
So that thing that you were doing earlier on the ABBEY tab,
what was that?
that thing that you were doing earlier in the ABBEY tab, like when you brought it up on the screen,
Yeah,
like is there not checklists in there
not for this plane, no. And
for the
that
A350?
had. Yeah, that you'd have to add.
So like if you go into aircraft, oh,
Yeah, there's no manuals.
yeah, I can't see it because it's blocked by the Vatsim.
There you go.
Like, okay, so like if you go back into like the main like menu of ABBEY tab.
Okay.
So like if you go under aircraft,
Whoops. There's the. Hang on. Crap. Crap, crap, crap.
hit the X button.
Let's see.
Go, yeah, click on the side. Man, why is that not?
Hang on, where is it located? Local C. Oh, there it is. There it is, the aircraft.
And can you go, like, do you see where it says, does it say manuals anywhere?
I can look, let me just look off. I think docks is the only thing. So let me go back up. Wait a minute. Oh, hell. Hey, dude, get in the right airplane. No, nothing saying manual.
Yeah, I don't see it. Alright, scratch that idea.
Oh yeah, I've been looking, and the only manual I found, I think it's this one, yeah, is briefing PDF. Is this. And that is it.
Like, I like, when I was going through the aircrafts for this plane, I found a manual there, and I thought all of them were like that. My bad.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice. But yeah, it's a pain. It's something so simple as putting a how long is that video? Holy mackerel, 14 minutes long that we were watching till the political ad machines had to take over. And that's when I tell them, see you later. So, they take up enough of my TV time. I don't need to see them on YouTube. They ought to be banned on YouTube. And again, I don't care who the candidate is. YouTube is not the place for them. Oh wow, look at that airport right down there. Huh. Oh, but anyway, yeah, I'll scour that manual a little more and see if some of my questions can find a way to find an answer.
I don't know if that helps, but I just sent you something. Maybe that might help.
Okay, hang on a second. Interesting. I think I know something I need to double check. This is pretty cool. Boy, there'd be some nice screens to have. That's a nice find.
I'm glad I could help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to, I think, take time to fly it. May have to dedicate a couple weeks to just flying this. Lot to learn. All right, folks. We passed ELATO. Once we pass ELATO, it's going to be about 40 miles. Not 100% sure which fix that will encompass. Let's see if this will help. No. Yeah, so after ELATO, they're saying 34 miles. And then we'll start our descent to 13,000. Oh, okay, it's already got it. Okay, good. So it does have the 13 built in. Okay, good. Alright, so we are getting there, folks. Once we get there, we'll assess, but right now I think this may be all we do today. Who knows? We'll see what's going on. But overall, folks, it's been a fun flight, a lot of learning. Again, my apologies for being pretty negative still so far with this plane. Boy, there's just, to me it seems like just little things they could take care of. And I'm going to make sure I have the latest and greatest version of it. That's the saddest thing. You can't find out what that is very easily from Flight Factor. Uh-oh, look out. He's in the Epic. Looks like a neat little plane there. Alright folks, we'll be making the turn here in about 5-10 minutes, direct towards Hong Kong. And little hop, skip, and a jump, and we'll be on runway 7 right. Unless, of course, ATC says otherwise.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with my A3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, did you hear what I said?
I heard you think something's wrong, and that's when you stopped.
With my A350 folder.
Why?
Because it just says X updater. And that's it. Like when I click inside it, like it doesn't give me any files or anything.
Huh. Interesting.
But I went through the like the regular WinZip file, and I did find a checklist in there for the A350. Yeah.
Well, I have that too. Hang on. I hope I wasn't dumb. Go there.
So if you go into like modules and then custom modules and then checklists, it'll be right there. I mean, it's not a highly detailed checklist, but it's like a little notepad.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Hey.
Appreciate it. I probably have that.
Did you hear me?
I heard to go check in the.
I said you should know more about X-Plane than me, because you've been doing it for way longer.
Hang on, A350. You said we had to go into modules.
Yeah, then custom modules.
Then checklists. Yeah, it's right there, but it sure doesn't stand out.
I mean, it's something.
Oh yeah, and
I didn't say it was a best checklist.
Turn it into something to maybe make it easier for those out here. So that is awesome. Thank you for that find.
Yeah.
Because I was going in to find out which, you know, if I need to update maybe. Which, good luck, because all Flight Factor updates are 777s for the last 3 years. Oh wait, here's one for the 767. Half of this should have been somewhere else, but it's their Discord as they please. It also tells me how long it's been since it's been updated. I am all the way back to August of last year and still no sign of what we're at.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you or not, but I ended up getting rid of
Get rid of what?
Simhaven.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a real big difference with it. But now I'm flying over in Asia where I don't have it.
Yeah, there's one day that I think when I did that flight over from Dublin to like London, from London to Dublin, that one day I was in here with you.
Yeah.
So I just removed it.
Yeah, like I said, I see a lot of buildings, but that's about it. Well, this isn't helping.
I just was.
There. Oh, there we go. All right. Did we pass ELATO or is it coming? Ooh, top of descent right ahead, folks.
You know what I mean?
I did not hear what you said.
The default scenery. Like, I wish that, I mean, it doesn't have to be up to like Microsoft level, but you know, just something a little bit, you know, better.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know. You know, this is all I've ever flown, so.
Yeah.
What the heck happened over here?
But then when you look at it, you know, at the end of the day, it's not about a scenery. It's all about the flying dynamics. You know what I mean?
Yep. What the heck?
You ever figure out how to get that other screen to work?
According to Shampoo, there is no other screen.
Even though clearing the plane, it says there is another screen.
Man, really? I think I found something I don't like. What the heck is that?
I'm almost to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh? Nothing's in Pittsburgh.
You don't like Pittsburgh?
Nah, it's an okay town. Don't get me wrong. I just love poking fun because I know a lot of people. There's a team there they all love.
What, the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Them and the other. What is that all about?
I don't hardly watch football anymore, so.
I've given up on professional sports. Alright, I have no idea what all of this garbage is on this. But when you click in, folks, it goes away.
Yeah, I wish I could actually do flights with this plane, like on my virtual
The cadet has re-entered the room till she gets upset with her position. All right, let's see how we're doing. Alright, let's go to approach, enter our numbers. That's right, folks, we're descending right now. Should have done this a little earlier. Oh, great, no winds. I'm gonna go 090. At 3. Okay. Alright, outside air temperature in Hong Kong, a chilly 29 degrees. QNH 1010. Alright, looking at our arrival. Let's go with 227. Let's see what happens. Alright, and full. So we're looking at a landing speed, well, approach of 134. Let's see if it gives us anything better down here. They're saying a landing speed of 130. We'll see. We're gonna inflate this a little bit. I'm a little skeptical. Uh-oh. Oh, my Kitec I gotta get rid of. Okay. Gotta get rid of that. And she's a kicking away. Alright folks, let me show you real quick the weather we're dealing with, which really is actually a nice day for Hong Kong when you think about it. Variable winds, so I put in 090. Granted, that's off a little. At 3, unlimited visibility. We got a few pesky clouds at 1,500 feet to work through. But overall, a beautiful day here in Hong Kong. Real quick for the arrival, we're going to come in. Well, let me just show you because it is a little tough to make out. Okay, so we're headed to Abbey right now. Mosul at 13,280. We'll see how that works out. Tamar, TD, Guava, Soki, Limes. No altitude restrictions. Oh, 7 centers closed for reconfiguration. Huh. Okay, interesting. I wonder how that works out in the sim. But really, there is no descent after this. So, let's switch over to the ILS approach. So from Limes, Stella is 2,000 feet. And then when we intercept the localizer at or above, or at 1,700 and 180. Yes, we're going for the right side. That is primarily cargo, but since we're parking on the south side of the terminal, I'm going for it. We'll see if they let me do it if any controllers come up. None as we speak. Here's our frequencies we could encounter. The ILS for this is 110.9 for those of you in aircraft that need to be set. 74 degrees for the approach. Otherwise, your aircrafts will set that for you. And at VH721, you're about 5 miles out. You need to be on the glide slope at 1,600 feet. So pretty good approach. If we go missed, here's the procedure. Basically, you're going to go around the island on this route back to Limes and hold. Okay, again 1,700, 1,600 in for the landing, and minimums for us 200 above the ground. We put 227 for the Barrow, and RVR of 550 or a visual of 800 meters, and we're 99,000 or 9,999 meters. I think we'll be able to see the road. Pretty sure. Again, there's that tricky, just fly around the island back to Limes. Alright folks, so here we go. Let's make sure we're on 122.8. That we are. The other child has called us. All right, let's see how we're doing. All right, there's Abbey. So, is it not Magog? What was it called? Mosul. So we're working our way in, folks. We'll be slowing to 280 here. You know what? We'll do it right now. Let's go ahead, ease down to 300. I'm going to go ahead and bring some speed brakes to bear. Also, Alright, folks, so we can go back to descent now. Okay, we are. Okay, doors locked. Here we go, folks. Closing down on 18,000. Transition 11,000. Do we have that on that page? Yes. This is weird seeing all these switches backlit. That is weird. Okay, right now we're set up to cross Woozle at 13,000. And then we're on our own. Alright, folks. Hope you all enjoy. Take a look real quick here while I've got a second. Don't let me fool you. Hey, Miss Charlie. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Alright, sorry folks. The both cadets are on the flight deck now, one by phone, one by It's fun to watch a kid look at another one on a phone. Huh? I know her. Alright folks, we are Alright, here we come into 13,000. And the islands are ahead. Alright folks, welcome in. We are leveling off. Oh, got terrain over there, but all right, let me see if I remember how to set this. Alright, any skids on, we'll get the brake fan on final when the gear's out. We're ready to go, folks. We'll start our descent now. Bye, Charlie. All right. Oh, we have traffic. No, that's our intended descent point. Okay. Alright folks, there are the Hong Kong Islands. Old Kai-Tak used to be right on this one. We, unfortunately, in X-Plane 12 do not have that airport. Actually, I believe that's it right there, folks. But right now, mine is encased in trees, and I don't know how to flatten it to get the scenery to look right. So it's going to have to be pulled. But that's Kai-Tak right there. Our airport's right up here, I believe, and that's the island we fly around. Okay, we dropped below standard. We said, what was it? 1010? Yes, 1010. Okay, landing system on. We're actually going to be pretty close at this rate, folks. Kind of look out here, see what we can see. Now that is scenery I added, folks, and like I said, that scenery, I don't know how to get rid of all the trees now that infest it. But that's it. Now the new Hong Kong airport is right barely in view under that cloud right there. But yeah, that's Kai Tak right there. And we're going towards Asoki, the Oki from Soki Muskoki. Okay, let's get down to 220. Hope to goodness our flaps are good. I am going to go ahead activate approach phase. Ah, there's our landing speed right there, 129. Again, we're going to inflate a little bit, so we'll see how this works out. And hey folks, if you're real familiar with this plane, and let me know if we can trust those numbers. They seem to me, and I do fly a lot of heavier aircraft, they seem low. But then I think back to the 747-200, they get about that level. Alright, so it looks like Limes is going to have us at 2,000, and then Stella 2,000, 1,700. So we are doing really good on our profile. So we'll see how this works out. At Soki, we will slow to 180. We'll begin the slowdown process. Right on the other side of that island is our airport. Now, straight up that bay, you'll have an airport Shenzhou or Shenzhen, where UPS goes and continue all the way up to the end, and then inland you'll find Guangzhou for FedEx. Oh, there is a commercial shipping out here. Or is that a carrier? That is an aircraft carrier. But folks, with the new update, the beta that's out there right now, not just carriers and destroyers, but a lot of ships now are moving. So hopefully we'll see a bit here. And if you want a really good video to watch, folks, is it Just Flights, I think it's called, that sells them? It's a video company out there. Polar Operations. Well, there's one of those container ships right there. See the wake? So it's under steam. That's pretty cool. Anyway, it's a 777 flight, Air Canada, Toronto to here. Great. It's a long video, folks, but a lot of great information. The approach into here, just amazing to listen to ATC pilots, the whole 9 yards. So. Now, this is where you would have aimed per the chart. Of course, you aim per ATC. Oh, by the way, if you didn't catch, this cracks me up. But anyway, so yeah, between here and there, 2,000 feet. Here to here, 1,700 feet. So we'll just fly it, slowing down. Green dot is just above 180, so we're going to begin to use the spoilers again.
$2,500.
'Okay, spoilers are armed, flaps on. Localizer glide slope alive. Try and see the diamonds here and here. Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 509, Stella inbound for 7 right.
$2,000. 2,000.
Alright folks, here we go. Here's those pesky so-called few clouds at 1,500 feet. Sure looks like an overcast layer to me. Okay, flaps are full, brakes are set, spoilers armed. Landing gear down, and unfortunately I don't see any indication on the landing gear. Got the runway in sight. Oh, look at all the shipping out here, folks. We caught that day one of the update in LA. Holy mackerel, the shipping right off LAX. Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 509 heavy, 5 mile final, 7 right. The only other problem I found with this is right here. You can't click to disconnect. Which to me is a true bummer. Autopilot, plane's mine. Really wonder where that leads to. It's a tunnel of some kind. Getting a little low.
1,000.
The infamous. There we go. Get us back on there. We're on profile landing.
$500. 400. 100 above.
Landing stable.
300. 200. Minimum 3. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 10. 5.
Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 509 heavy, exiting 7 right to the terminal. Boy, not a fun plane to taxi. Multitask you. A little off-roading never hurt anything. That's what maintenance is for. They can fix the divots. Alright, the aircraft's in the blocks. We are nowhere near ready for shutdown. Really wish So that would need work.
Hong Kong traffic speed on 3459, passing overhead Tumlung, Newark for the ILS 25 left.
Huh, interesting. Alright, let's see where we stand. APU's on, bleeds on, gen's on. And how the brakes look. Perfect. Good deal. Turn that off. Shut them down. Alright folks, well it wasn't the prettiest taxi in, but we are here nonetheless. Stand 45, and you know, we'll give it a try. No, I'm not thinking it will. Nope, Shift G. And this is how you can tell, folks. You can't toggle it from here. You can't use the J command. It's pretty useless. So, once you get past that, know you just gotta go back to here, to here, to here, to here. Ground equipment, auto config, put the chocks on, air conditioning, and oh, one more time. There we go. You're good to go. Now, you'll need to open up door 1, door 2, and your cargo.
Hong Kong traffic speed on 3459, base established on the ILS 25 left approach.
Let's see what we have coming in. Okay, now folks, this is default scenery. We were talking about Simhaven. Right now, the only Simhaven scenery I have is Americas. I have not put in whatever it's called out here or further south. So I just wanted to clarify so y'all go, wow, that actually looks, you know, why don't you keep it? It's default. All right, so let's shut down X-Pilot. Take a look at our flight via Elevatex, 325 feet a minute at 136 knots. About what I planned. That's pretty good. And we had a punctual performance. They told us we took off much later than what's said on my sim, so they're not synced up that well. Alright, no biggie. Sim toolkit, 438 feet a minute. The way it felt, I'll buy into it, okay? It felt rough, so I can live with that. We'll hit that, okay. we go. Alright, so here we go with the details. Details. 3 hours, 57 minutes, 1,600 miles. Call it 20,000 kilograms of fuel, 1.5 Gs at 438. Now we're doing great, Mr. Matt 1997 Air. How is't thou? Alright, so there you got the rest of the numbers. Now, we landed long. That I will attest to. 3,500 feet down, a 12,460 foot runway. 10 feet off the center line, so that's not bad. So, overall, not bad there either. And let's do that. Let's do that. And let me zoom out. Alright, let's do that. I hope you're having a great day, Mr. Matt 1997 Air. Alright, so let's close up the plane. The reason I do this, folks, and I don't know if this plane is one of them, there are some planes out there that if you want to do the rewind, the doors and stuff will follow with it. That's what we're gonna try. Oh no! That stinks. You gotta wait for it to get out of maintenance. Oh, that stinks. Well, I'd say the hardest part's out of the way, but not necessarily. As you probably already know. Ouch. Hey, Steve99, welcome aboard. Let me slow her down so we can get a good look of the floater. You can already tell it's gonna float. You know, I'd like to say the written's the hardest part, but I remember just my private pilot, and boy, that check ride. So, float. Bad on that landing, but let's take it back and look at it again. So I don't really know with the instruments what would be the hardest part. Boy, this is just not going back fast at all. Let's try it again. Oh, what happened to frame rates? is not bad, especially if you fly the Caribbean. Actually, all over, it's actually not bad. Why it's so struggly here. We'll just kind of watch it from here and watch that, oh, killer float. For me, the hardest part in instrument training would be the NDB. That, I hate that gauge. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the 400 feet a minute. Yeah, I think that's pretty well. Alright, let's look out the other side. I can hear passengers petitioning for my flight license to be revoked. Ouch. Oh, that wing just does not help this landing. Alright, we're going to get airborne one more time. Get out here a little ways, give it about 10 minutes to get us back out over the water. Wow. Alright, let's get up here in the tower. Got a tower over here. Here comes Crunch. Captain Crunch coming. Clunk. Plop. Alright, well folks, we've made it here. We're not going to go through that long wait for it to send us back. Folks, we are done for the week, schedule-wise. Who knows? I don't know our full schedule coming up, but I will say this. It has been a pleasure this week. Even though we've flown this bird quite a bit, we've learned quite a bit. Each flight, it gets a little better. So, you know, I can't overstate that enough. It is getting better. But I still, a lot of things I wish Flight Factor would wake up, take care of, and motivate, get fixed. Mainly, these gates. But, you know, who am I? Just a person who has the aircraft. So, hang on, I forgot one piece of the puzzle here. Click, 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 and click. Hey, that looks a whole lot better. Alright folks, so there it is, the A350 from Flight Factor. I'm about 50-50 so far on this plane, folks. I think Flight Factor needs to get motivated to fixing the little nuances that are wrong with this plane. Beyond that, it's not bad. It's just those nuances really do kind of make the day bad. So, folks, I hope you all have a great weekend. I hope to see you all Monday. Probably again in the A350 as we begin building. This was a 4-hour flight, did I say? Did I dare say? Bear with me, I have one piece here. Oh wait, that needs to be. This aircraft went, actually it's only 3-hour flight time, so we got a little bit of work still, but I think overall, I think the sim in a long range flight that this plane is notorious for could be done. So we'll see what we can do. I've been asked Labor Day to fly. Now I'm going to put the ball in their court. I'll be flying from JFK to Singapore come Labor Day. Monday, we'll give this another try, maybe go to Sydney or something like that. But we'll see. I'm going to work something out. But for now, folks, there's the A350 for you. Let me see. I'm trying to look at time-wise. What I think I'm going to do, I think we'll wrap it up. So for the week, if we get time tonight, we'll come back and enjoy flying. But for now, folks, have a great weekend. God bless you all, and we'll see you Monday.